new way of doing things. But from a tariff perspective, it's been spared. It's even been spared the 10%, right, which is the global tariff.
Okay,
okay.
But it could be coming, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Today it's been spared, right? So whether there's another one coming, because the president has spoken about it, so I think folks are going, okay, maybe we have a little bit of time to think about how we can manage this and continue to try and influence the president, or at least the administration as a whole. So today we'll live another day.
I mean, fair enough. But to that point, okay, so if it were generics or the compounds or something, like what's it like to manufacture them? Would it be really hard to do that here? What does that look like? If we're looking like a $4 billion auto plant, for example, what's this?
Yeah, no, so some of the more basic random pills that we buy over the counter at one of the pharmacies here, at any pharmacy, they are less difficult to make than the more complicated Wegovy's and Zepbounds of this world, because there are lots of pieces that go into it. Everything is doable. Everything is doable.
For a price.
For a price. And they will have to bring them over here. And that manufacturing suite, already Lilly and Novo are investing because they have more demand than supply. So that's not been a difficult decision for them to make. They've already pledged, Johnson & Johnson also, investments in US manufacturing because they also want to be closer to the patient. The faster you can supply, the better. You don't have to keep lots of crazy inventory. Generics is a little bit harder because the margins are very low. So if you bring the manufacturing here, are you going to be able to keep the price of generics as low as they've been? Or are we talking about something going from $1 to $2? Still, that is something that I think generic industry needs to think about.
It's funny, in New Jersey, it's the pharmaceutical capital of the world.
Totally.
I don't care about
Princeton,
everybody there. J&J, in Summit, we've got Novo Nordisk and I don't know, the other one, Bristol Myers Squibb, they got huge campuses. They're everywhere. In New Jersey. I don't know why, but they're welcome, of course.
Taxes?
What's that?
Taxes?
High taxes.
I don't know.
Science.
Yeah.
Access to capable people.
Yep.
All of that matters.
Yep, and a quick train ride from New York City. So, again, a 232 investigation is going to be launched into the pharmaceutical industry. So I guess they're still going to have to defend, because I think if I were president and I walked out, every person I asked on the street would say drug prices are too high. But where are they actually manufactured?
Well, so Switzerland is a key hub for the high-end products.
Okay.
Everywhere to a degree.
Everywhere, okay.
Ireland is a key hub, right? And also within the United States. So this is not something that is that difficult to try and understand. What is difficult to understand is exactly what earnings impact it will have. Is it from a tax perspective, a cost of goods perspective? Where is that going to come from?
But we are now putting tariffs on Ireland, right? But do we have an exemption then for those products?
Yes. Drugs are exempt,
For now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's Irish whiskey. I'm sorry, Paul.
Yes,
Irish whiskey.
I got plenty of Jameson stocked up. I'm good.
Yeah. Poutine. Whatever else comes out of it. And all the other good stuff.
Okay. Do you feel, which company is best equipped to manage all of this uncertainty in your space? That's a broad question for you.
It is. Obviously, companies that have got already most of their manufacturing here. So I think Lilly's probably, given that they've made a big move to do manufacturing here, is probably one of the lesser. I doubt there's anyone who's left unscathed with this, right? Lesser impacted companies than a company like, I don't know, Novo Nordisk or some of the others that are manufacturing definitely elsewhere and bringing here.
What's the next big conference you're going to?
At the end of this month, American Association for Cancer Research.
Okay, so that sounds fun.
It does, yeah, you should come.
No, because you guys work at your conferences. See, when I go to a conference, I do a couple of speeches, and then I cocktail, I throw some craps around, you do all that kind of stuff, have fun, sit by the pool.
Go to Disneyland.
Go to Disneyland. These guys, they lock themselves in these conference rooms for like a weekend.
Yeah,
going through scientific
they're
papers and
stuff. They're like saving the world.
Yeah, we love the doctors, we love their views.
So what do you expect to get at a concert?
At the conference.
At cancer conference.
Or a concert.
This one,
yes.
At the concert, well, we all know what you get. At this conference, it's a more of a research type conference. So it's more about what's going to potentially happen in the next 10 years than what's coming on in the next 2 or 3. But I'm already aware of some very exciting data for cancers that are harder to treat, like pancreatic, coming up at this conference.
See?
All right. Sam, always a pleasure. It's wonderful to see you. You here tomorrow? Or are you leaving tomorrow?
I am leaving tonight.
Oh, he's out of here. He's like, see ya, US.
Yeah,
I need a glass of wine.
Yes, he's going back to France somewhere. I don't know what's...
Yeah, no, it's fair. Also, I mean, they had that measles case now. Did you hear that?
Where?
In Newark.
Oh, I'm off.
That's a
So he's
the least of Newark's worries.
I test to see whether I've got antibodies before I came.
I know, you told us, and you do. So I'm getting my test on Saturday. All right, Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals. Okay, well, happy Thursday. We got through the day. We'll see where we take you to the end of the day. Coming up is Joe Matthew with Balance of Power after this global news update.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Collateral damage from the trade war is being felt by investors. It was intensified by President Trump's sweeping tariffs. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down more than 1,300 points. Losses are steep on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Investors, I think, were taken a little bit aback because we thought that this was going to be on the lower side, and then some of those numbers, like a 46% tariff on Vietnam, was higher than expected.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick defended the tariffs on CBS Mornings.
Foreign goods may become a little more expensive, but domestic goods do not. So if you're looking at Poland Springs water versus, something, let's say, Fiji water, the Poland Springs is not going to be more expensive.
The president of the European Commission said the tariffs are a major blow to the world economy. Economist Diane Swank.
It's a lose-lose scenario across the board.
Shake-up at the National Security Council. CBS's Linda Kenyon says at least 3 staffers have been shown the door.
Sources say the firings, which include senior directors, are due to concerns the officials are not sufficiently loyal to the president. The firings come after noted conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer visited the White House to express her concerns directly to the president. It is unclear if Loomer's discussion was directly linked to those firings.
There's cleanup going on in several states in the nation's midsection after the latest batch of powerful storms.
It was pretty scary. We were holding on to each other tight and hugging the toilet.
That woman lives in Owasso, Oklahoma, one of the hard-hit states. At least 5 deaths are blamed on the stormy weather that included tornadoes. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
We are making our way from western Kentucky down into Nashville right now, where we're getting some serious reports of flooding already. In fact, a flash flood warning has already been issued for several parts of Nashville. We're getting reports of several major roads already underwater. Some homeowners in certain neighborhoods are already starting to see that water rise. And really, this is just the beginning of what could be a several-day-long flood issue.
CBS's Michael Wallace has the latest on the Trump administration's effort to eradicate DEI initiatives.
In a memo sent to education officials across the country, the administration says state and local school officials must sign a letter certifying that they have eliminated all programs that it says unfairly promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. They have 10 days to return the letters. On average, federal money accounts for 8% of local school funding.
And again, recapping Wall Street, the Dow is down 1,272 points. The S&P is down just over 200 points, and the NASDAQ is off more than 800. This is CBS News. A singer's much talked about TV moment is now a marketing opportunity.
Way back and forth like a swinging door.
Just days after Morgan Wallen was out the door at Saturday Night Live before the show was quite over, he's selling hats and a T-shirt for $45 each at his online store. Imprinted on them, "Get me to God's country." That's the phrase he posted later with a picture of a private plane that sparked a wave of memes. Instead of sticking around with the rest of the SNL cast and chatting while the credits rolled, the musical guest walked off the stage after giving host Mikey Madison a quick hug and ignoring everyone else. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News, New York.
There's a chocolate bar recall. Tony's Chocolonely says some small stones were found in dark almond sea salt and everything bars. They were distributed online and at retailers. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Smoot Hawley got nothing on this. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as President Trump's tariff regime sends markets sharply lower. Big losses holding as we come to air here at high noon, and now Canada matching on some autos. We're going to try to make sense of all of this with Bloomberg's Michael McKee and with our signature political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis with us for the hour. And we're going to speak coming up with a business owner who is directly impacted by the tariffs. We'll introduce you to Bill Butcher, the founder of Port City Brewing in Alexandria, Virginia, right outside of the capital. Gets his malt from Canada, his bottle caps from Mexico, and his kegs from Germany. What could go wrong? We start, as always, on Wall Street. Let's get up to speed on a terrible day for the markets. Charlie Pellet has it in New York. Charlie?
Indeed, absolutely brutal for the Bears, for the Bulls, and we have got stocks sharply lower at midday. Number of key headlines as we recap and reset here. Trump tariffs wiping out nearly $2 trillion from the U.S. stock market. Small caps suffering under the tariff wave as the Russell 2000 index hits a bear market. And French President Emmanuel Macron is urging companies to pause investments in the U.S., and the dollar drops by the most on record. Just some of the headlines, some of the stories that we're following on this sell-off Thursday here. Right to the numbers, steep losses with the Dow now down 1,272 points. That is a drop of 3%. We've got the S&P lower now by 208 points, down 3.7%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 4.8%. NASDAQ 100 index down 4.3%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, bear market there, down today by 5.6%. The 10-year, 4.05%. The 2-year, 3.73%. Gold is down 0.8%, 31.08 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 7%, 66.71 for a barrel of WTI. Morgan Stanley analysts pushing back their call for the next Fed rate cut to next year, citing inflation risks arising from tariffs. Mike Wilson is chief U.S. equity strategist at Morgan Stanley. He was a guest this morning on Bloomberg The Open.
I think if the market actually believed that the Fed was on hold for the rest of the year, we would definitely go through 5,500 pretty cleanly. So the market isn't there. The market's pricing in 3.5 cuts this year so far. They believe the Fed will be there if things get worse first.
Indeed, the S&P 500 index now at 5462. It is down by 3.7%. Again, recapping, stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all selling off. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the very latest on these fast-moving markets. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. That pretty much says it all. That's like the whole show right there. We can all go home now. Charlie Pellet just told you everything you need to know. Wall Street gives a big F to the tariff regime rolled out yesterday by President Donald Trump. It's my job here today, I guess, to tell you how bad everything is. You see the VIX? Look at this. I guess that's the one thing that's up, 26%, back above 27. Even crypto is lower as we consider, I guess, a bunch of retirees or near retirees celebrating the fact that their bond holdings finally went up. Maybe I could find some silver lining here with Michael McKee, but I kind of doubt it. I don't even have questions for you, Mike. It's great to have you. I mean, you must be the busiest guy in the room today. Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent pretty much says it all here. And Michael was with us as soon as we heard from the president last evening on our extended Balance of Power and joins us now from New York. Michael, I want to bring you back in time to what we heard in the Rose Garden yesterday. Listen.
This is Liberation Day. I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs. China, 67%. We're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. European Union, they're very tough. We're going to charge them 20%. Taiwan, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, we're charging them 24%. We will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. We will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. Promises made, promises kept.
Whoever made that gets a gold star. James, can I get like a big board? I feel like I need a big board like that I can kind of hug onto it and read on the air. If you're with us on YouTube, they're surely going to start Saturday Night Live with the cold open. Trump holding the board, right? All the things that have been superimposed on that board on social media can keep you busy for a long time. But if you're the White House, this was a raving success. They put up a really slick produced video on the website. Guys in hard hats, motorcycle jackets, union members, hugging, laughing, clapping in the Rose Garden as the president finally got to Liberation Day. Michael McKee does this for a living and actually understands the global economic order. Michael, I'm not sure where to start other than this reaction on Wall Street. You know, it's been said the bond market is the best economist. Is that the case today?
Well, they're certainly reflecting the views of people on Wall Street and the idea that we probably are headed for recession if these tariffs stay on. But I'll give you a great starting point, Joe. What we're worried about here is prices going up because the president's put on a big tax on imports. All of the Nespresso coffee pods we buy are made in Switzerland, which now has a 32% tax on it. And yesterday on Amazon, a pack of 50 Starbucks Nespresso pods was $17. Today they're $28. So this is going to happen over and over again.
Is that amazing, though, how quickly this is happening? Aren't there some supplies left over? Or if you're trying to keep your margins intact, you just hike prices now.
Well, I'm sure that it will happen to varying effects at varying times. In a e-commerce world, you can adjust prices immediately. So a lot of products, we might see that happen. Things at the grocery store take a little bit longer, but anything we get like fruits and vegetables, the timing for the president is pretty good because we're going to be switching over to U.S.-made stuff, but we get so much from South America and from Mexico that those could go up in prices fairly quickly. And of course, there will be people who free ride on this and just raise prices even if their goods are not imported. So this is sort of disaster in the making. You can call it an own goal, you can call it whatever you want, but it's not going to be good news for the U.S. economy.
If you're a massive retailer like Walmart, not only can you pressure your suppliers, but you can find different places in the store to maybe hike prices and kind of spread things around a little bit before you dump it on the product that has actually been impacted directly by the tariff. If you're a small business owner, it's a lot different. Michael, we're going to have one coming up here. The founder of Port City Brewing. It's a great an award-winning brewery in Alexandria, Virginia, right across the Potomac from here. And he's having trouble getting bottles. The kegs are coming from Germany. The malt is coming from Canada. If you're a business operator like that, let's say, you need agave from Mexico or whatever it is, you have no choice based on the product that you make. Do you have any choice other than to pass it along to the consumer?
No, you don't really, especially if you're a small business that doesn't have big margins where you can absorb something. And the problem for a lot of people is there are things that are not made in the United States. We're not growing agave, so they've got to go somewhere else. And a lot of the malt comes from overseas, from Belgium. So there's a real problem for many businesses here. They're going to just have to pass these prices along and hope Americans accept them. And we saw with the post-COVID period that people didn't accept them, but they had to pay them. And we may be in that situation again, which will create a lot of unhappiness. It'll be interesting or scary to see whether people blame companies or whether the blame is focused on the White House.
Mark Carney, of course, the Canadian Prime Minister, spoke a short time ago. We actually got some news putting a 25% retaliatory tariff on U.S.-made vehicles in response to what happened yesterday. We heard from the Prime Minister. Here's what he said.
Three different sets of U.S. tariffs remain in place and will continue to pose significant threats to Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. And while they have been imposed under different premises, some things are consistent. They are all unjustified, unwarranted, and in our judgment, misguided.
Michael, I know that you're not just an economist or an economic expert, you're also very sensitive to the political side of this story. You understand politics in Washington. When you hear a remark like that, this is the Prime Minister, by the way, who was told by Doug Ford, as he explained to us on Balance of Power last evening, he asked the Prime Minister not to respond. The train's left the station here politically. What happened in the last 24 hours to our standing in the world?
Well, our standing in the world plunged. It was already bad, given the run-up to this and the way the world's been reacting to everything that the president has done, particularly on the defense side. But now it just cripples us with an awful lot of people. And part of that is also the uncertainty, because we don't know what Mr. Trump wants out of this. Is it that he wants to bring factories home, in which case you need to leave these tariffs on forever because otherwise companies are just going to wait it out? Or is it a subject to negotiation situation where countries can do what Mr. Ford suggested and not retaliate and try to negotiate something down and get the tariffs lifted? It's really hard to know what's going on here. In terms of Canada, there are a couple other things that the president is talking about tariffing that would have a big impact. One is pharmaceuticals and the other is lumber. Lumber, of course, a long-running dispute with the United States. But Bloomberg wrote a story the other day that was kind of fascinating. There is an ingredient that goes into toilet paper that comes from Canadian softwood, and something like 35% of all the toilet paper in the United States is made from this stuff. Man. And if it goes up in price, you're going to be paying a lot more for toilet paper, or you're going to have shortages. And that'll get people's attention.
Yeah, get ready for the sandpaper, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, what's the Fed doing right now? Mike McKee, in our last minute, do they have the spreadsheets all over the floor and the green visors out, or are they drinking at Bobby Van's?
Well, I assume they have the spreadsheets and green visors, although Bobby Van's might be more fun. That's pretty much what's going on all over on Wall Street. All of the economists and analysts are trying to analyze what it means for the economies and the companies they follow. The Fed is doing the same to try to trace through what the impacts will be, not just the first impacts, not just you go to the store and pay more for toilet paper, but how does that affect other products and other purchases you might make down the road. The feeling is, according to JP Morgan Chase, that people's disposable income is going to go negative in the next quarter, and people are going to just pull back on spending, and the Fed will have to decide, is inflation a bigger danger or growth a bigger danger?
One of the most important voices you'll hear today on Bloomberg. Michael McKee, great to have you back, sir. Bloomberg International economics and policy correspondent with some real context, some real perspective on what the heck is happening here and how little we still know about what happens next, how long these tariffs stay in place and what deals might emerge. Bill Butcher, we talked about him, on the way in from Alexandria, Virginia next, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Repercussions from President Trump's tariff war spreading across global markets. U.S. equities hard hit right to the numbers because we've got the S&P now down by 3.4%, down 195 points. The Dow is down 1,188 points now, a drop of 2.8%. While NASDAQ is down 794 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop of 4.5%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 4%. The Russell 2000 Index in bear territory, down now by 5.3%. The 10-year, 4.06%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.74%. Spot gold is down $30 the ounce to $31.05. That is a drop of 1%. And West Texas Intermediate Crude hard hit WTI now plunging by 7.1%. 66.64 right now for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin down 4%. 82,236 on Bitcoin. Roughly $2 trillion has now been erased from the S&P 500 index amid worries that President Trump's sweeping new round of tariffs could plunge the economy into a recession. The damage heaviest in companies whose supply chains are most dependent on overseas manufacturing. Case in point, we've got Apple today. Apple shares are moving lower by 7.8%. Retailers like Lululemon Athletica down by 10.9%, and Nike is down by 11.5%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio and Balance of Power for the latest on these fast-moving markets and also any developments out of Washington. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, sir. As always, we'll get back to Charlie in a bit. With not great news on our markets today following what we heard from President Trump last evening. We knew it was going to be bad. If you were with us at the extended edition of Balance of Power last evening, the futures fell out of bed. Even worse since actual trading has begun today as the world wakes up to this new reality. We're glad you're with us today on Bloomberg Radio, 99.1 in Washington, D.C., on the satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You should get up on YouTube for this next conversation because I think it's an important one. You don't have to look that far. The fact of the matter is, outside of Washington, D.C., or that far, even here in the federal city, to find the immediate impact of the president's actions yesterday. You get in the car, drive about 9 miles down the river from D.C., where some guys like me live, in Alexandria, Virginia. There's a company that is the longest operating brewery in the Metro D.C. area, award-winning. They got Small Brewery of the Year in 2015, the Port City Brewing Company. The reason why this stuff is so good is because of the sourcing that is involved in crafting this craft beer. I want you to think about this now with all the tariffs that we've talked about, the reciprocals, the steel and aluminum, Canada, Mexico. Imagine you're making your beer in Alexandria. You get your malt from Canada. You get your bottle caps from Mexico. Your kegs made of steel come from Germany. What's that going to do to the price of a six-pack? That is the reality right now for Bill Butcher, the founder of the Port City Brewing Company, who I'm glad to say is with us right now. Bill, I'm really glad you could join us. Thanks for being here.
With you.
How do you get out of this mess?
We're still sorting through it. You know, it's hard to say. You know, the malt comes from Canada, as you said. The bottle caps are from Mexico. It looks like there's a carve out in these tariffs for the USMCA, which should provide some relief, but there's still questions. You know, we get our cans from Ball, so they're manufactured in the U.S. However, we don't know the source of the aluminum. The aluminum could be coming from Canada, it could be coming from wherever. So we haven't heard anything from our can supplier on how this is going to affect our prices, but I feel that it is going to affect our prices and not in a good way.
Well, and make it even more complicated, I understand that you're having trouble finding bottles now because the big guys, the big brewers, are sucking up all the glass because they don't want to have to use more expensive aluminum for cans. What do you do with that?
Exactly. You know, we thought we were somewhat shielded from the aluminum tariffs because most of our packaged beer, 70% of our packaged beer goes into bottles. So we thought we'd be okay on that front. However, about 3 weeks ago, I was informed by our bottle supplier that they would not be able to supply us with bottles beyond March 31st. So we've been in a frantic search for a new bottle supplier. And so we haven't sorted that out yet. We have 2 shipments on the road that we had already ordered before we got cut off. So we've got a little bit of wiggle room there, but we need to figure out something pretty quickly.
Boy, that's for sure. How long have you been in business in Alexandria?
We opened 14 years ago in 2011. And, you know, we've never seen anything like this. And I was talking to our bottle supplier a couple of weeks ago, and he was explaining to me that he doesn't have an answer for us. He's been in the business for 35 years, and he said he's never seen anything like this either.
So here's the problem, as I'm assuming for you. The reason why your beer works is because of all of the elements that I've already described. I'm guessing you cannot just simply replace that malt, for instance, that is critical to the taste and body of your beer. What do you do with that?
Exactly. Yeah, the malt that we use, it's a very specific strain of Pilsner malt. It's barley that's grown in Canada, and it likes the colder climate in Canada, and that's why we use it, because it's the best quality in the world. And our brewers, you know, they know what they're doing. As you said, we've won multiple awards for our beers, and it's because our brewers look the world over for the best ingredients to make the styles of beer that we want. So, you know, there's a lot that goes into our supply chain, and it's just really been frustrating the past few weeks because our entire supply chain has been thrown into chaos.
Well, so this leaves businesses like yours in a really peculiar spot, and it's partly why we wanted to talk to you, Bill. You're an American company. This beer is made in America, but it's special because of the ingredients that happen to come from some other places. You could also have an American beer company trying to make a Mexican-style beer. You can't do that in St. Louis, right? If you're making agave, the reason why it is special is because of where it is from. So if your back is against the wall here, what does that mean for a price of a 6-pack of beer? Because it sounds like you can't change any of these.
That's true. And, you know, it affects not just us, but, you know, we are a Main Street business, and there's 9,000 small independent breweries in the U.S., and most of us are faced with this issue because we do have a global supply chain. So, you know, if our costs go up, we need to pass that along to the consumer, unfortunately. And the way it works in the United States with alcoholic beverages, there's a 3-tiered distribution system. There's the supplier, there's the wholesaler, and the wholesaler sells to licensed retailers. And that's mandated by the federal government that we can't sell direct to consumers. We have to use this 3-tier system. And each tier has their own margins and markups for the products. So if we're a 6-pack of beer that currently sells for $12.99, if we have to increase our price by, say, 20%, by the time each tier of the distribution system takes their markup, it could hit the shelf at $18.99.
Wow. A 6-pack for $18. It is good beer, Bill. Somebody's going to pay that, right? Just not as many as your fear. Could this put you out of business?
Yeah, I mean, even at $12.99, I mean, our beer obviously is a premium product. It's a high-quality, full-flavored beer, and people are willing to pay a little bit more for something of higher quality. But there are limits to that. You know, and I'm certain that if our beer is hitting the shelf at these inflated prices, then things are going to slow down.
Well, you're part of a community, of course. It's not just you. I know that there's a Brewers Association. I'm guessing you don't have the influence or the lobbying money, though, of an Anheuser-Busch to dial up the White House. How do you deliver a message? How do you push back on any of this, or can't you?
Yeah, well, our Brewers Association has been active, and our CEO has been he's traveled from Boulder, Colorado to D.C. several times since the beginning of the year. And so we are trying to get our message out. You're right. We don't have the millions that the big brewers have. But, you know, we are a Main Street business, and we are involved with our elected representatives. And I've reached out to our senators, our U.S. senators, as well as our Congress representatives to let them know what our concerns are and let them know that there's real danger here that for the negative effects that are going to occur with our business.
If you're listening to us on the radio as opposed to watching on YouTube, we've got images right now of Bill standing alongside Senator Mark Warner holding a six-pack of beer outside the U.S. Capitol a couple of days ago. Nice going, by the way, bringing the six-pack to Capitol Hill. I think, Bill, they could use a couple more of those up there. What's the senator from Virginia and maybe his colleagues suggesting as an answer to this? As your representative in Virginia, can lawmakers do anything? Did we lose Bill? Bill's frozen. The beer froze. Let's see if we can thaw him out. Yeah, we'll see if we can thaw him out and continue this conversation because he's an interesting guy. If you're with us on 99.1, by the way, if you're listening on the radio in Washington, D.C., Bill's only about 9 miles outside of the Capitol in Alexandria, and he's got a really interesting story to tell. Think of how many businesses there are like this, small businesses who are being impacted by these global changes. And they have very little recourse to deal with them other than, as we just heard from Bill, potentially raising prices. He's back with us now. Bill, did Mark Warner or any of the senators you spoke with promise help?
They're doing what they can. And, they've been very responsive. And, unfortunately, they're both in the minority and they have limited options of what they can do. But they did get a bill passed in the Senate that will act to take away the president's emergency power that allows him to put these tariffs into place. The issue now is that it goes to the House, and it's unlikely that it will pass the House. And even if it does, then it would go to the president's desk, and it's unlikely that he would sign it.
Maybe you can cater an event at the White House and get some beers out there, like the next big tented state dinner on the lawn. Bill, what's next for you? You just keep making beer until you're forced to raise prices, or have you made a decision on that? It's the hard questions that freeze him up. Tell Bill I'm coming to visit him. Bill Butcher, I want to meet you in person. This is a great story, and it's a really interesting local business here in our great little city of Alexandria. Pay a visit sometime. It sounds like business owners could use you. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's great to have you with us here on the Thursday. Can you believe it is only Thursday edition of Balance of Power? We call it Little Friday around here to feel a bit better about things. And I'm glad to say that our signature panel is back together today. Everyone's had a minute to sleep on this, and not just that, a chance to look at the market reaction. Right now, the S&P 500 is still down over 3.5%, more than 200 points, and the NASDAQ is down almost 5% still at this lunch hour. 833-point loss. It was down over 1,000 points when I got to work, so hey, we're off the lows. The Dow is losing 1,200 points. The VIX up 25% to just shy of 27. We'll keep tabs on all this for you and get analysis from our panel as we better understand the impacts of these tariffs and question exactly what will come next. Are these, in fact, the negotiating tools we heard about, or the revenue raisers that will stay in place for a long time? Either way, we've got some turbulence, and we'll have much more ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are getting slammed by Trump tariffs. Recapping, resetting. Here's what you need to know. Economists have slashed their U.S. growth forecasts. They're boosting their inflation outlook because of tariffs. Car makers are idling plants, rethinking prices. Canada is hitting American autos with tariffs, mirroring Trump's move. And traders are boosting Fed bets. They now see 50% chance of a fourth cut this year. Bottom line here, U.S. equities selling off big time. A 205-point drop right now for the S&P, down 3.6%. The Dow down 1,194 points, down 2.8%. We've got NASDAQ lower by 4.8%, down 843 points on NASDAQ. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down now by just about 5.5%. And the VIX, the fear gauge, surging now by 25.6%. 10-year 4.05%, with the 2-year 3.73%. Gold down $26 the ounce, 31.09, down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude is plunging 7.1%, 66.60 for a barrel of WTI, and Bitcoin down 4.1%, 82,094 on Bitcoin. There's also disappointing news this morning on America's labor market ahead of tomorrow's monthly employment report. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The total number of American workers collecting unemployment benefits rose to the highest since November 2021. That suggests it's taking longer to find a job as doubts about the U.S. economy's course abound. At the same time, new claims showed little change, consistent with what Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell called a low hiring situation. Friday's employment report may point to some moderation. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Apparel and sporting goods companies that make overseas and import into the U.S. hard hit right now. Case in point, Nike down 10.7%, Lululemon Athletica down by 11%. Abercrombie & Fitch down 14.4%. Gap plunging now by 18.3%. And briefly, the Capital One deal for Discover has cleared a DOJ hurdle. That, according to the New York Times. Capital One Financial down 6%, Discover down by 4.6%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, what a day for Charlie Pellet to have to deliver this news time and time again. He'll be back in a few, keeping tabs on things as we come off the lows, but pretty hard to put a good shine on this market today. And I'm glad you're with us the day after Liberation Day. What is this, D+1? As we come to you live from the nation's capital, we get retaliation from Canada, imposing a 25% retaliatory tariff on U.S.-made vehicles that do not comply with the USMCA. And I don't know how many that is. This just emerged, or have, by the way, non-Canadian content, they say. But of course, so many of these were exempted because of our relationship or existing trade agreement, the USMCA, with both Canada and Mexico. There are other things, though. Hefty U.S. levies, as I read on the terminal, remain on products that do not comply with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, as well as steel and aluminum products. And of course, you've got the remaining threat that the president has not made good on, at least yet: pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, copper, lumber. We talked to Doug Ford about that last night. Brendan in the control room was kind to print out the big board that Donald Trump had last evening in the Rose Garden, and I'm looking at this thing here. There's a lot on it. We had to really zoom in on these last evening. I don't see Canada on here. The whole reason why, you can zoom in on YouTube if you want right now, is that, well, that was put on hold because of our separate trade negotiations and agreements with our neighbors to the north and south. And what happened today, the 25%, that's exactly what Scott Bessent said you should not do. The Treasury Secretary spoke on our extended edition of Balance of Power right after the president outlined the tariff regime. Here's what he said.
Advise none of the countries to panic. I wouldn't try to retaliate, because as long as you don't retaliate, this is the high end of the number. And I think the market could have certainty that this is the number barring retaliation. So we've got a ceiling, and then we can see if there's a different floor. The mindset might be to let things settle for a while, so we'll see where it goes from here.
Don't panic as we assemble our signature panel Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are here by the grace of God, our signature panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick is partner at Stone Court Capital. So here we are, guys. We're back together. It has been announced these tariffs take effect this weekend and next week. First the baseline, then the reciprocal. Rick, you're seeing the reaction in the markets here. Did the White House just make a horrible mistake?
Well, I don't think they think it's a mistake in the sense that this was completely predictable and predicted by virtually every economist and analyst that I saw, both on our program and others, as to what would happen, not knowing even the scale of these reciprocal tariffs that were announced yesterday. So I think that everybody in the White House maybe had to brace themselves for this outcome, but the outcome was virtually certain to be disruptive to the public markets, and obviously that's what's come about. And this idea that you just quoted the Treasury Secretary on, the idea of, oh, don't panic, these are the highest levels you're going to get, and what you really are is just getting certainty now. Well, this is the only thing that the markets have been asking for, is give us some certainty, and this is not certainty. I mean, this was not presaged by the White House. The idea that they sort of just sprung these levels on and included, as you say, so much of the rest of the world, but not, people who are already currently in trade negotiations. I think Mexico's in the same category as Canada on that. And did not include any kind of increased trade tariffs on sort of those who have sanctions, Russia, North Korea, China, Iran. It's anything but certainty. And so this idea that don't panic, everyone is panicking. The White House has made us do that.
Are you panicked, Jeannie?
I like your chart, Joe. Brendan did that. It's very nice.
It's pretty nice.
It's very nice. A big, beautiful chart, Joe Matthew. Of course,
Thank you. That's what I got.
Very bigly. When we look down at the numbers, of course, we see the fallacy of what is on that chart. And that has been, took people only a few minutes after the president held it up yesterday to talk about that. But just to talk about what you were just asking, Rick, I am a little bit panicked. But this is an enormous, enormous mistake on the part of the White House. And, to hear Howard Lutnick come out just a few minutes ago and say, nothing to see here, don't panic, relax. Well, when you are putting tariffs on 10% on tiny islands that contain, as far as anybody knows, penguins and seals, and you're telling us, trust the president, he knows what he's doing, it is not engendering a good deal of trust in any of us. And so, yes, panicking slightly, Joe Matthew, and hoping there is a way to walk this back. But he is so committed to it, I am not sure there is.
So you're worried about the penguins, Jeannie.
And the seals,
you might have seen...
Don't leave the seals out.
Where are they going to shop, Rick? Did you see these wide-ranging tariffs hit the barren Heard and McDonald Islands in the sub-Antarctic Indian Ocean? Turns out these are territories of Australia. They're covered in glaciers and have populations of 0 people. Tells you what about the process that went into this?
Yeah, the idea that we had to be surprised with the probably biggest economic decision made by the United States in 100 years. Why would we want to be surprised by that, right? Why wouldn't we have been brought along? And the preparatory work, this was presaged for a long time, right? Donald Trump's been talking about this Independence Day thing for a long time. There are hundreds of people working on this. The idea that you would produce a chart or a policy that includes penguins and not people is shockingly sloppy. And by the way, bad for the White House in the sense, not just that it was sloppy, but that's all people are talking about today is we're We got tariff sanctions on penguins. I mean, for heaven's sakes. Forget the fact that China's got 50% tariffs now, our largest trading partner. So you got it all there. But again, I mean, I know I've been a bit of a, sort of nagging drumbeat on this, but there are competency issues showing up every day around this administration. They have to get their act together. They can't keep slipping up. We can't have a story a day about mistakes that were made and taking all the attention off of what these policies are, because we should really be focused on those policies and the impact on American taxpayers.
I know Rick Davis knows a little bit about Alexandria, Virginia. Jeannie, you might have heard our conversation with the founder of Port City Brewing Company, who's sitting there with his award-winning beer that requires malt from Canada, bottle caps from Mexico, kegs made of steel from Germany, and I could keep going here. He can't get his hands on glass because everyone's buying that. They don't want to make aluminum cans because of those tariffs. If companies like this, and God forbid, I love meeting Bill Butcher, and I hope that he finds a way to get through this. But if small companies like this start to go out of business, what does that happen? What does that do to the politics around this program and around this White House?
Well, they're absolutely devastating. And, I have been talking to a lot of young people, and like most of us, even the older folks among us, we have never lived through something like this, where a president stood up in the Rose Garden and decided to upend 100 years of trade policy in one fell swoop, and then had his folks go out and say, oh, don't try to retaliate against us, which, of course, as you just announced, is happening. And so these young people, like many of us, are nervously waiting to see what happens. But the example you just gave of that business from Alexandria, it is restaurants, it is grocery stores, it is everything, technology. We are just bracing to see what the impact is. And so as it comes to the politics, the market is responding very, very quickly, as it always does. But the politics are going to have a lag effect. But there is going to come a point, if this isn't walked back, where people start to say, wait a minute, we went with this guy very narrowly, I might add, because he promised to lower inflation and lower costs. And I am now shopping, and those costs are higher than ever. And whether it's beer, or famously we're talking about bananas or eggs or coffee, Joe, I like my coffee. Yeah. We're all going to be paying more unless this is wound back. And the problem is, for many of us, it feels like we've crossed a Rubicon here where there is no good off-ramp. And that is what is deeply troubling to me. How could he walk this back at this point? It's hard to see.
4 hours ago on Truth Social, Rick, Donald J. Trump, caps lock. The operation is over, exclamation point. The patient lived and is healing. The prognosis is that the patient will be far stronger, bigger, better, and more resilient than ever before. Make America great again. I picture the bionic man coming up off the table, but how much time, how much space will Donald Trump get from the electorate to prove that that's true?
How about the next time they vote? He's already had quite a bit of damage done politically. Just this week, on Tuesday, lost an election. Republicans did, or at least, the perceived Republicans in Wisconsin. Never should have lost that race. Wisconsin, Donald Trump won. He should have been able to replicate that, but couldn't pull it off. So the bottom line is the politics of the Republican Party and Donald Trump's administration has already got a leak in it, and we'll see how long that boat floats. The reality, too, is that this is only the first 50 or so days. I mean, 52 trading days, and we've lost $3 trillion to the S&P. Now, I don't know about you, but my 401k is not looking so great right now. And I think there are a lot of voters who could care less about what party is in the White House and care a lot more about their investments and how they're going to pay for their kids' college and whether or not their jobs, salaries keep up with inflation. These are the things that will define politics going forward. And this is an extremely rough start for this administration.
Well, salient take from Rick Davis. This is all anybody's going to be talking about at the beer tomorrow night on the soccer field this weekend, on the baseball field when the parents are out doing whatever the heck they do. This is the conversation until further notice. And by the way, further notice may not be long, as negotiations could be had immediately with all the countries we're talking about. This is a story that's going to keep changing, and we'll be covering it for you right here, of course, every day at Bloomberg. Hour 2 of Balance of Power is on the way with our signature panel.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The tariffs are coming, the reaction decisive. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as markets sell off on the plans outlined by President Trump less than 24 hours ago. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington, D.C. Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition, the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, as we try to get our arms around all of this, it's pretty hard to find a silver lining this morning.
Yeah, I guess unless you were invested in the bond market, because that is the one place everyone is seeking safe haven amid the massive sell-off that is happening as a result of these tariffs. Clearly, while the market had priced in a lot in terms of anticipating protectionist policies on the part of President Trump, this does seem to be a bit farther than they were expecting him to go. And you are seeing individual companies facing the ramifications of that. Just take a look at Apple and Nike today, down 8.5%, nearly 12% respectively, but the administration standing by these policies. Once again, they see short-term pain, sure, but long-term they expect to gain.
Pretty hard to tell how long that's going to be. Now, of course, we should remind everyone the tariffs haven't even taken effect yet. That'll be this weekend and next week on the 9th, kind of a 1-2 punch. There is an opportunity for some negotiations here. Scott Bessent saying earlier that we are starting at the top. He joined us right after the president's announcement on our extended edition last evening. This is the high point. We pull back from here, telling our trading partners not to panic, but some clearly are.
And also asking them not to retaliate, but we're already seeing some activity and at least the ideas around retaliation. The Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, putting into place basically what the U.S. has done when it comes to autos. Any autos not from Canada will face a 25% tariff unless they are USMCA compliant. You also have in the European Union, the French President, Emmanuel Macron, suggesting that the EU respond potentially harshly with anti-coercion measures that should be included. So we're still very much wait and see. This story is far from over.
That's for sure. And also waiting to hear what we get from China. The markets, however, are not waiting to find out.
No, they certainly are not. And Charlie Pellet has been tracking those for us. Charlie, obviously off the lows, but it's still pretty ugly out there.
Indeed. Steep losses for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. You summed it up perfectly. Trump tariffs wiping out nearly $2 trillion from the U.S. stock market. But an interesting headline moments ago on the Bloomberg Professional Service, retail traders buying into the tariff rout, snapping up tech favorites. Still, steep losses across the board. Some other key headlines you need to know at this hour. Economists are slashing their U.S. growth forecasts, also boosting their inflation outlook on tariffs. And car makers idling plants, rethinking prices as Trump tariffs hit. S&P right now down 212 points. That is a drop of 3.7%. We've got the Dow right now down by 1,265 points, a decline of 3%, and NASDAQ is down 851 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, down 4.8%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down 5.6%. The 10-year at 4.04%, with the 2-year 3.73%. Gold down almost $30 the ounce now, $31.05. We've got spot gold down by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 7%. $66.70 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin right now down 4.5%. Bitcoin at $81,794. Just hours after taking effect, President Trump's 25% tariffs on imported cars are already reverberating around the globe. Jeep maker Stellantis plans to temporarily halt some production in Canada and Mexico. Ford has started offering steep discounts to keep customers coming to showrooms, and Volkswagen is warning dealers that it will tack on import fees to the vehicles it ships to the United States. Among those automakers right now, Stellantis down 8.2%, GM down 3.2%, Ford down 4.5%, ADRs of Volkswagen down by 2%. Balance of power continues. We are on tariff watch. We got you covered here at Bloomberg, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie running us through the market reaction to the news we got from President Trump yesterday, in which he picked kind of both tariff paths that we knew were under consideration when it comes to reciprocal tariffs. A blanket tariff on all of our trading partners to the tune of 10%, but also reciprocal rates, at least according to the U.S., on those that the White House is calling the worst offenders. And the president himself ran through what some of those numbers look like when he announced this from the Rose Garden yesterday.
This is Liberation Day. I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs. China, 67%. We're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. European Union, they're very tough. We're going to charge them 20%. Taiwan, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, we're charging them 24%. We will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. We will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. Promises made, promises kept.
Just a taste of the event in the Rose Garden yesterday. They have since put together a slick produced video that's on the White House website, almost like a movie trailer of what we saw yesterday. And so here they are. We've got our own, by the way, right here in the studio, because we do need to refer back to these from time to time, Kaylee. The numbers are pretty staggering. We have a pretty great panel for you here. The Best of Bloomberg with Sean Donnan, Bloomberg's senior writer for economics, and Anna Wong is with us, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. Great to have both of you here. Sean, we talked a lot about this. It was, I believe, the 11th of March, your story with the headline, From Baseball Bats to Caskets, Trump Tariffs Set to Hit Home. Here they are. Was it worse than you thought?
Yeah, and that was just the steel and aluminum tariffs that day. And really what we saw yesterday was Trump go big, and this is the culmination of a decade's worth of political work. I mean, that really is, you know, when he first came down that escalator in 2015 and announced his run for the presidency, tariffs and trade were at the center of it. And it's almost as if he's been frustrated in his efforts in his first term and what we've seen since. And this time around, he's coming out and he's hitting big. This is a, you know, it's, we don't like to throw it around here at Bloomberg, but yesterday was a historic day in terms of U.S. economic policy. This was the biggest increase in tariffs we've seen in more than a century. This is bigger than the Smoot-Hawley tariffs of 1930, which, you know, prolonged the Great Depression, set off global trade wars, and for a long time were, you know, this kind of cautionary tale for American presidents. Well, you know, Donald Trump set aside all of that history and tried to make some of his own yesterday.
Well, so Anna, on that point, if we're using history as a guide, knowing that these tariffs are even more severe than the ones that Sean was just referring to, what should we expect in terms of short-term economic impact?
Yeah, so what we have right now is models and also 1 month of trade data so that we can, and also price data. So based on the models, and I will refer to the one that the Fed used in predicting the tariff impact from 2018, it would suggest that the GDP hit would be about 2.8% in total, with most of it hitting in the first year. And in terms of the core PCE inflation impact, it would be about 1.6%, with about 1.1% hitting in the first year. So that's what the model suggests. So now we have some actual data. We have February's import price data, and we have also PCE inflation data. Looking at the imports price data, I would say that it shows that so far the tariffs on China, we saw 10% increase in tariffs on China in February. We've seen that U.S. importers took on most of the cost. But there's still a distance between import prices and also what the final retailers charge, such as, you know, the retailer Zara or Forever 21, right? So in terms of the core PCE prices, based on 3 months change, we actually have found a negative relationship between import exposure and actual price change. In fact, the apparels, furniture, stuff that we import a lot from China actually saw a decrease in prices over the last 3 months. And it's kind of counterintuitive, but I think the reason is because a lot of firms have been front running these, so we haven't seen yet, at least so far, the inflationary impact, if there were to be any. And second, also consumer sentiments in the U.S. have tanked, and they're just pulling back on anything discretionary, such as toys and books and clothes. And I think, you know, for anyone who's going on Amazon, for example, you could see that a lot of these goods that you're buying from China actually are seeing price discounts right now.
Sean, is there any way to quantify the front running that we've seen, companies that have tried to grab as much material as they can, suggesting that it could be months before we really see an impact when they're going to buy new goods that are tariffed?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're going to be spending months trying to figure out what the impact of this is. Yeah, we've seen inventories build up. We've seen a surge in imports starting after the election last year, you know, to try and get ahead of this. There were some smart buyers out there who knew something was coming. But, you know, there's all these broader effects on the economy. economy that are really, really hard to price in. You know, one of the big things that's gotten markets agitated in the last couple of weeks has been consumer sentiment, right? That is not something that is, and Anna may correct me, but I don't think it's something that's in a lot of economists' models in terms of the direct impact of these tariffs. There's this broader thing, which is kind of amorphous, but very real, which is uncertainty, right? We know back in 2018 and 2019, the Federal Reserve, when they were watching the U.S. economy slow down as a result of Trump's first-term tariffs, they were looking at uncertainty and its impact on business investment and hiring, and that actually turned out to be a bigger impact than the direct impact of the tariffs. So you stack all these things on top of each other. You know, a lot of people in the markets and in business were hoping that yesterday was going to be the end of a period of uncertainty. We're extending that uncertainty. We're probably deepening that uncertainty in a pretty severe way.
So in that uncertain environment, and with payrolls data in hand that we'll get tomorrow, Chairman Powell is going to have to speak to the financial markets less than 24 hours from now. How do you expect him to approach this, knowing he has very much said the Fed is waiting and seeing, we're not going to be too reactive, we can't predict for sure what the policies will look like. Now that we have a sense, how does he respond?
So I think Chairman Powell is in a pickle because after the FOMC, he presented a very dovish voice, which was in huge contrast to the rest of the FOMC, who are more concerned about the upside risk to inflation. And since the FOMC, we have seen more of other FOMC policymakers who sounded way more hawkish concerned about these tariffs. So I think Powell may have to do a course correction because since he last spoke, we now have more clarity about what these tariffs may look like, who we are tariffing on, what goods we have tariffed on. He cannot afford to waffle anymore or play the game. He has to get in line with the rest of the FOMC makers. So I think he may be surprisingly hawkish tomorrow.
All right, Powell's in a pickle, says Anna Wong, chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics, joined by Sean Donnan, who, of course, helps lead our economics coverage, Bloomberg senior writer for economics. Thank you both so much for joining us. We want to add the voice now of someone else who, of course, pays close attention to these issues, the former ranking member of the Senate Banking Committee, former Republican senator from the state of Pennsylvania, Pat Toomey, is here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Senator. It's always good to have you. If we could just be completely candid here, when you saw the figures presented in the Rose Garden yesterday, what was the first thought that went through your head?
I thought that he is carrying through on what he has always dreamed of doing. I spent 4 years arguing with President Trump about trade, about deficits, about tariffs during his first term. And it became clear to me that he has some very, very deeply held views. They're completely mistaken in my judgment, but they are very deeply held. And at the heart of it is this notion that if you have a trade deficit with another country, the amount of that deficit is the measure of the amount that they're basically ripping you off. And he uses that terminology. He speaks that way all the time. It, of course, makes no economic sense whatsoever. The trade deficit just means our consumers happen to buy more products from that country than their consumers buy from us. Any number of completely reasonable reasons for that, but none of them are acceptable to Donald Trump. I think that worldview is kind of at the heart of this. I expected there would be some very severe tariffs. I, of course, had no idea exactly what levels would be imposed on which countries. You can see that was a pretty arbitrary and capricious approach, but I'm not really shocked by the magnitude.
What does this mean for business in Pennsylvania, Senator? It's good to have you back, by the way. And I realize you could have different answers here. We talked to a local brewer in the Washington, D.C. area who's perplexed. His back is against the wall because most of the materials he's using are suddenly now being tariffed. Or for a steel mill in Pennsylvania, might have a different answer.
Yeah, so there will be pockets of industries and companies that will benefit from these protective tariffs. They won't have to deal with competition. They can raise their prices. They don't have to innovate as much. Americans may be kind of forced to buy from them. So there will be some that will have that benefit. But by far, the overwhelming majority will be the losers. Just think about the steel and aluminum tariffs that the president imposed in his first term. There's been a lot of research done on the effect of those tariffs. And the conclusion is, for every job that was saved in the steel making industry, there were probably 8 to 10 jobs lost among companies that use steel. There's many times more industries that use these materials than the primary maker. And that downstream damage is very, very hard. Here's another thing to think about. Something like 40% of American imports are inputs for American manufacturers. So what we're doing with these sweeping across the board tariffs is we are systematically making American manufacturers less competitive because we're raising the prices they have to pay for the components of their products. The rest of the world isn't going through that. And so we will be at a competitive disadvantage. This is going to manifest itself in many ways. It's certainly going to be higher prices for consumers. It is going to be jobs lost. We've already seen announcements today of companies that are laying off workers. That's going to accelerate. And over time, it means a lower standard of living for Americans until finally, better sense takes hold and the process starts to unwind. But that can be very difficult, and who knows how long that takes.
Well, but the White House is arguing, Senator, that this really is just step one of President Trump's economic plan. We still have tax cuts that they'll try to push through by the end of this year that they argue will help liven the economy. Obviously, your former chamber is taking steps to try to advance that legislative path forward in the next 24 hours or so as we expect a vote-a-rama to happen. To what extent will friendlier tax policy be able to offset the negative impacts you were just discussing?
Yeah, so look, I think there's 3 categories in which the administration is likely to pursue, and in fact is pursuing, really good economic policy, curbing federal spending. The federal government spends way too much money, and that would be very good for our economy overall if they're successful in curbing federal spending. Rolling back regulation. There's wildly excessive regulation. The Biden administration was very, very problematic with what it imposed across the economy. That rollback is constructive, and it is pro-growth. Energy dominance is really good for the economy. I think it's impossible probably at this point to quantify the relative components. But keep in mind on tax policy, I am 100% in favor of making permanent the 2017 tax reform. That's a very heavy lift. If we can get that done, that just maintains the status quo. That's just an extension of current policy. So there's not like a big surge to growth that comes from continuing current policy, right? What you do is you avoid a very damaging tax increase. But I really think that these tariffs are going to do a lot of damage.
I know you're watching these markets, Senator. Some things never change. You consider the negative wealth effect that this could have.
Yeah.
I wonder how worried you are about the potential impact on consumer spending, or if this market keeps dropping, if that's the one thing that can change Donald Trump's course on this.
I would hazard a guess that at some point it would, but if we're down 15% on the NASDAQ, and I'm not sure where we are at the moment, it's been pretty volatile, as you know, but 10, 15% declines, I doubt that would change his mind. I think it's going to have to manifest itself in the real economy. I think we're going to have to see the CPI prints that are accelerating. I think we're going to have to see the layoffs and see the factories closing because they're no longer competitive. I think that's going to have to happen before the president decides he's looking for an off-ramp, because he really believes that buying things from other countries is really bad for us, and he wants to curb that.
Well, what about your former colleagues in the Senate or in the House, for that matter? Do you expect, if they're seeing the financial markets getting calls from constituents, that they could maybe try to push back? We already saw the passage of a resolution with the help of 4 Republicans of a Democratic resolution condemning the Canada tariffs. Specifically, Senator Chuck Grassley is co-sponsoring legislation that would see Congress having to approve tariffs within 60 days or them be nullified. Are you expecting more to materialize on that front?
Yes, I just don't know how long that's going to take. That's one of the many disturbing ironies of this. Of course, all of this is completely inconsistent with the constitutional assignment of responsibility for trade to Congress. The president doesn't have this authority. And yet we sit on the edge of our seats wondering what the latest whim is from the president. who's exercising an authority that, in my view, he doesn't have. I think, you know, a lot of Republican voters have the view that the president's only been in office for a couple of months. We got to give him his opportunity, have him enact his agenda, and give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that will only last for so long. And when that starts to turn because people see really rapidly rising prices, their job is jeopardized, they're hearing about layoffs and the other adverse effects, then it's going to be obvious to members of Congress that this is a very problematic road we're on, and they may want to find a way to begin to reverse some of these effects. But I think it's going to have to show up in the real economy first. Unfortunately, I think it will show up in the real economy.
Really good to have you back, Senator. I know you're going to miss Washington when the vote-a-ramas get going again a little bit later this week, potentially in the Senate. Pat Toomey, former Republican senator from Pennsylvania, former ranking member, Senate Banking Committee, says a lot, Kaylee, when you talk to, I guess, do we call him an old-line Republican, a traditional Republican, something like that, pre-MAGA Republican?
Yeah.
It's a very different take when it comes to the use of tariffs in this way.
Yeah, a very different view on trade and the U.S.'s role in the global trading system, which obviously within just the last 24 hours, if not before that, has been completely upended.
Talking about the difference between what is borne out in the economy and what's happening today in the markets, let's get to that right now. Charlie Pellet, ahead of our signature panel, has the latest on Wall Street in New York.
Charlie. Thank you very much, Joe and Kaylee. All over the markets here at Bloomberg, we got you covered. Fast-moving markets. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red right now. Right to the numbers. S&P down 223. Tariff Thursday down 3.9%. We've got the Dow down 1,312 now. That is a drop of 3.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 890, down by 5%. And the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down now by 5.7%. 10-year yielding 4.03% with a 2-year at 3.72%. Spot gold selling off down $30 the ounce, 31.05 right now on the precious metal, down by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude is plunging 7%, 66.72 on WTI, and Bitcoin down 4.5%, 81,778 on Bitcoin. The damage heaviest in companies whose supply chains are most dependent on overseas manufacturing. Case in point, Apple. That stock down 8.8%. Lululemon Athletica among the retailers being hard hit today, down 10.1%. And Nike, it is down by 12.1%. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg for the latest on these fast-moving markets. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. And once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Markets are indeed fast moving, but we want to spend a little bit more time analyzing what is happening today, as this is a pretty brutal sell-off, and a lot of specific companies are getting hit exceptionally hard. We turn to Emily Grafeo, Bloomberg cross-asset reporter, who is also joining us from New York. Emily, obviously, there are some pretty big numbers that we are looking at today. Just help us put these moves into context, and what does this show us about whether or not things had adequately been priced in terms of expectations around the president's protectionist policies?
I mean, I think when you look at just how much everything is declining and the total risk off move in the market, even safe havens like the gold and the dollar are selling off. Really, the only place to hide today is U.S. Treasury yields. I think that really shows the extent of just how nervous traders are today. And most of the sources that I've spoken to said that they were caught off guard with just the speed and the magnitude of the tariffs. When you look at individual companies, even companies that were once seen as tech safe havens, think a company like Apple is down almost 10% right now. So it's definitely something to watch. And there's still a lot of uncertainty, Kaylee, about are these tariffs a negotiating tactic? If you're a company and the tariffs are made to bring your manufacturing to the U.S. and you close down your factory abroad, come to the U.S., what if some of the tariffs are reduced and reversed? So I think a lot of companies now are in this wait and see mode, but certainly accepting that there's going to be a number of losses, at least in the market, at least for today.
What's the analyst class saying today, Emily? I know you're knee-deep in analyst notes to clients this morning. We're seeing S&P targets cut. We're seeing recession odds rise.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Market odds coming down, at least for the projections of the year. I'm seeing notes that have to do with inflation going up, recession odds going up. And then also when you look at how people are now factoring in what the Fed is going to do, there's a question of, will the Fed really come in with more market rate cuts to kind of save the market if there is this inflation burst from tariffs? So when you look at what the market is pricing in, there are a little bit more than 3 cuts priced for 2025, which is a little bit more than what we had seen before the tariff announcements. I guess on that bet that the Fed is going to have to sweep in and save the economy, but it doesn't really seem like there's a consensus that we'll see that, just because the Fed also has to factor in inflation being higher.
What a treat to have Emily Graffeo and Charlie Pellet today. You guys must need the 5-hour energy. Thank you so much, Emily. A really busy time for our cross-asset reporter, our entire markets team. As we assemble our political panel, we're glad to have Rick Davis back with us and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and political science professor at Iona University. Rick, you might have heard Pat Toomey talking a little while ago. You used to work around Pat Toomey in the Senate in your time with Senator John McCain, an old-line Republican who doesn't have a lot of love for tariffs. And his point was that a 10% correction in the markets is not going to move Donald Trump. We're going to need to see this borne out in the actual economy. Do you agree?
Yeah, look, I think certainly for political purposes, the economy is what's going to impact people's opinions, right? I mean, they're going to give Donald Trump some time. Donald Trump has a lot of sort of tolerance for pain. He's not running again, regardless of some of the news stories this week. And so the political calculus for him is a little bit easier for the rest of the Republican Party, and especially those mainstream Republicans that have, a real focus on the economy. And the reality for them is, higher prices, less growth, those kinds of things that come along with these kinds of big tariff regimes are going to slow the economy to a point where it's going to be hard to go home in 18 months when you're pitching people to vote for your party in the midterms and say that somehow they're supposed to be better off today than they were when Donald Trump took office. Going to be a hard sell.
Well, especially, Jeannie, when the White House is specifically casting this policy as something that is intended to help the United States in the longer term, not necessarily the shorter term. The kind of investments they are hoping to draw are big investments into infrastructure and workforces, things that will take some time to actually materialize. Does this administration run the risk of, even if everything works out as optimally as they are hoping in terms of American manufacturing, that much like Joe Biden with many of the legislative accomplishments during his administration, he's not actually going to be around to see it?
Yeah, and that's absolutely the reality of leadership, right? And so much of what you do at the moment takes time to implement and execute, and you're not there to witness the fruits of all of your labor. But the reality is, it is very difficult to imagine that any of what they are talking about from the positive perspective actually comes to fruition. And this is a very sort of scary part of where we find ourselves. And I thought your discussion with Senator Toomey was so important. Donald Trump is deeply committed to something that all the research, all the facts, all the best minds look at, from Friedman to Sowell, they all say that tariffs at this degree, blanket tariffs, are a loser. And, he heard it from some Republicans yesterday, including Rand Paul, who urged his fellow Republicans to look back and to see that when this was tried by President Trump's favorite McKinley, the loss and the seats on their side was dramatic. And I think that's where we have to focus, is that we have Republicans in Congress tolerating a power grab by this president. No, none of us knew until yesterday that we were in an emergency that could allow the president to do what he did yesterday. The Constitution says Congress is in control. The president has taken control because they are not doing their jobs. And the question is, when are they going to wake up and say, in a system of separated powers, one man who is devoted to something cannot change 100 years of tax policy and trade policy. That's the real question. The 80% of these GOP folks in the Senate and the House who are tolerating what has happened here.
Straightforward question from a terminal user, Rick. Why does no one talk about the tariffs on the U.S. for 50 years and only on the counter tariffs that we just put on them now?
Well, I think arguably, certainly recent history indicates that we have prospered on a global basis with them. I don't think it's actually held back the U.S. economy. For whatever reason, the U.S. economy has grown by a significantly larger margin than Europe and China and other countries on a GDP basis per capita. Our wealth has substantially increased over the last few decades compared to the rest of the world. I mean, to be honest, sure, there are trade deficits in all these countries that Donald Trump slapped tariffs on, but it's hard to quantify how somehow those things have been holding the U.S. economy back. They haven't. The U.S. economy prior to, January 20th has been roaring. It's been the envy of the rest of the world. And to be honest, I think this tariff regime, based on what we're seeing today and expected by economists we have on these programs, it will probably reduce the growth of these economies, ours and others that we trade with, substantially over the next few quarters.
Well, but Rick, to your point on the strength of the economy, isn't one of the reasons that President Trump got elected was because a lot of that base of support came from people who were not necessarily feeling the economy was working for them?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, the economy, when we talk about the politics of the economy, it's not an even playing field, right? I mean, the economy has not been great for people who live in rural areas and don't have college educations, and they voted for Donald Trump. And the economy has been great for people who live in cities and suburbs and have college educations, and they all voted for Joe Biden. So the reality is our country is as divided economically as it is politically. And some political observers will tell you that's why it's divided, is because we have a haves and have-nots that's both geographic, educational, and financial.
Weigh in on that, Jeannie. Is half the country about to have its day?
I'm not so sure. I mean, you look at, the loss of jobs in a state like Michigan. They haven't all gone overseas. Many of them have gone to the south of the United States. They haven't all gone overseas. Many of them have been wiped out by technology. So there are a lot of complicated factors here. And to set up protections, we all want workers to have a vibrant, full, healthy, and robust economic future. But to set up a protectionist mechanism where you protect workers and businesses from competition from overseas has long been understood to hurt both consumers, but also workers and the future of the U.S. economy as well. So, I think we have to be very, very careful about looking at a problem. Donald Trump is right. There is a problem, and people have been in pain, but he was hired or elected to lower prices, lower inflation, and start to ensure that the very strong unemployment numbers that he inherited remain and help people transition to a new economy. He's not doing any of that. He's going back to the Gilded Age as a mercantile and saying, we're going to set up barriers. It didn't work for McKinley. That's why he abandoned it in the late 1800s. And it's not going to work for Donald Trump, unfortunately.
Well, so if his solution to the problem is not the right one, Jeannie, and certainly you're seeing Democrats quick to come out and say that, what is the proper solution that Democrats should now be pushing instead, and what's their real power to do so?
Yeah, they don't have a lot of power right now. Obviously, they haven't won many elections, but you're also hearing this from Republicans. And I would just point again to the 4 who voted yesterday. And the answer is it's going to be a long-term commitment to both free trade, use of targeted tariffs if we need to, and President Trump did that in his first term. But what you don't do is step up one day and impose huge tariffs on 185 countries around the world, including our closest allies, and expect that is going to be in either our security or our economic benefit long term. So there are solutions out there, but it takes working together and it takes an understanding of the economic system. And that's the concern about many people, is that Donald Trump's view of the world in this regard is not supported by any of the research or evidence.
All right, Jeannie Shan Zaino and Rick Davis, our signature political panel, both of them Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you so much for joining us as we work through some of the domestic political ramifications of this tariff decision from President Trump, and also here on Bloomberg TV and radio, keep on top of the market ramifications, which certainly are severe today. We are off of session lows, but still down roughly 4 percentage points on the S&P 500, even more so for the NASDAQ 100, down 4.5%. Basically, Joe, the only safe place to go if you want to hide somewhere today is in the bond market. The 10-year yield down 9 basis points. We are just around 4.03.
At least some bond-heavy retirement accounts are feeling a little bit richer today. We're going to be looking at the price of oil coming up as well. Mike McGlone from Bloomberg Intelligence, our commodity strategist, will be with us to get to the bottom of this next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks selling off. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red, with the S&P right to the numbers here, down 3.9%, down 218 points right now at 54.52. The Dow down 1,260 points. That is a drop of 3%, while NASDAQ is now down by 869 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, down 4.9%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down 5.6%. 10-year, 4.04%. The 2-year, 3.72%. Gold is down $27 the ounce, down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.5%, and Bitcoin right now down by 4.3%. Bottom line here, stock rout deepening on the tariff shock. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much from World Headquarters in New York on the markets for us every day here on Balance of Power. Really is the story today. Yesterday, the tariff announcement. Today, the market reaction. It, of course, has been decisively negative, and the White House has been out talking. Kaylee, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, one of the architects of this tariff regime, was out early this morning on Bloomberg TV and radio trying to make the case for what Wall Street does not appear to be buying.
Yeah, he certainly, though, is still selling it. Here's a taste of how his conversations with our colleagues went earlier.
Donald Trump is focused on the economic pain that the United States of America has suffered over decades. Since NAFTA, 90,000 factories, not jobs, factories, 5 million high-paying jobs gone overseas. He's focused on the U.S. worker and the U.S. economy. And what's going to happen is people are going to realize it is the great American economy that is the winner here. And anyone who doubts it, and anybody who shorts Donald Trump, or anybody who doubts the strength and the power of the American economy, is making a foolish bet. Sure, importers are going to have a tough time figuring out what to do because they went and found the cheapest production in the world. It's time to bring that production home, to have the smart, amazing people who run American companies figure it out, bring robotics back to America. And I would say that United States domestic growth is going to have the greatest resurgence ever under Donald Trump, and that's what he has set in motion yesterday.
You'll accept it takes time to engineer a supply-side response, though, sir. And in the meantime, you can see bad things happen. Do you accept that?
Well, what I can accept, of course, it takes time to build factories, but companies understand how to do it. They will do it. The United States of America is the greatest economy in the world. People have to do business with it. The rest of the world will bring down their trade barriers, and you'll see a great resurgence in our ability to sell agriculture overseas. You'll see factories being built here, and that factory production will be faster. So sure, there will be a rebalancing of those who make things in cheap labor markets, figuring out how to make them here. But ultimately speaking, and I think in much less time than you think, the world will reorder itself, will figure it out, and the United States growth rate will turbocharge compared to the rest of the world.
The Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick in conversation with our colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier today on Bloomberg TV and radio, with our focus now on the price of oil, also lower today. WTI West Texas Intermediate crude futures down over 6% at the moment. We're hovering just above $67 a barrel, and we wanted to get more into this with an expert. Mike McGlone back with us from Bloomberg Intelligence. He is the senior commodity strategist. And Mike, we had news today from OPEC, a larger than expected oil supply hike coming in May. How much of this price movement has to do with OPEC versus the tariffs?
OPEC's part of it, Joe. We've been waiting for OPEC to come on supply for almost 2 years. It's just a matter of time. The key thing that's happening is we have an oversupplied market on the back of that big pump in prices when Russia invaded Ukraine. Crude oil got up to 130. That sowed the seeds of prices going lower, which they always do. Every time crude oil gets that high, it's gone back down to about $40 a barrel. This is the last 20 years. That's my base case. I think it's still going there. It has a good reason to do it. And it's one of the main goals of the Trump administration is lower energy prices. They have pre-existing trends in their favor. So let's look at this. The average price of gasoline in the country is around $3.20 a gallon. By the time we get to midterms, I'll bet it'll be $2.
Wow, that would be something pretty incredible. I'd like to ask you as well about copper futures down about 4% today. The White House did say yesterday that copper tariffs could still be coming. Mike McGlone, what impact will that have if we're considering existing supply and any constraints that could emerge if there's heavy duties in place?
Well, hello, Kaylee. We've priced for the extremes. The high for copper this year was $5.37 a pound. Last year's high was around $5.20 a pound. It was resolved down to $4 a pound. I think it's going the same way. Prices of copper in London are closer to $4.20 right now. We're going that way. It's just a question of how long it takes. So the market got way overextended. The futures from the U.S. versus London got the most stretched ever. Now we're going back down. But the key thing is copper is the, Dr. Copper. It's a very high correlation with economic activity. And the rest of the world having to face U.S. tariffs means more pressure lower for copper.
What's going on with gold, Mike? Was it just up too far, too fast? I thought this was the safe haven.
Exactly. Well, nothing like a good bull market that gets stretched. I think what gold did is got a little extended above $3,000 an ounce. It's there now. That's probably support. The way I look at gold is it's still very cheap versus the U.S. stock market. So you see what matters. Stock market going down, gold will continue to go higher. But it's the most expensive ever versus the bond market. And we have data going back almost 50 years. So I think if this continues, the next big trade is gold's bullish, but it might pass some of that bullish baton to U.S. Treasury bonds.
Well, yeah, certainly bullish for treasuries today, down 14 basis points on the 2-year, 9 on the 10-year. Mike McGlone, who covers commodities for us at Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much, as always, for joining us and reminding us that for copper, it might not just be about tariffs, but it also is a growth story. Dr. Copper, to his point, we know copper has always historically been incredibly linked with the growth outlook in China specifically. And China, of course, arguably hardest hit from these new tariff policies from the Trump administration.
When you add in as well the slowdown, apparently in investment in data center, the slowdown in EV sales at some point, which were sending copper prices higher, there's a kind of a confusing market here all of a sudden.
Yeah, certainly. And I wonder how confusing things are in Beijing right now as they consider the tariff rates with which they will currently be dealing, but also perhaps what opportunities it creates for China as the U.S. is turning further away from existing trading partners. And we want to get into this now with Anna Ashton. She's founder of Ashton Analytics, also a specialist in U.S.-China trade and economics. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Anna, when we just consider the level of the levy that the Trump administration has now set for China, keeping in mind the 20% tariffs related to fentanyl are still in place, layer on top of that 34%, bringing us to 54%. Is the Chinese economy equipped to handle tariffs of this magnitude?
Well, thanks, Kaylee. And before I even try to answer that question, I want to add that not necessarily factored into that math by most people yet is the fact that there already are, an average 18% tariffs on most Chinese imports into the United States prior to the 20% that the Trump administration added or this new 34%. So it's actually more like 72%. And there's the threat of 25% tariffs on China because it buys Venezuelan oil, which we don't know when that might take effect, but that would bring it up to 97%. And then, of course, there are the sectoral tariffs, which will affect China as well. So these are really potentially quite high. And obviously, they will have a significant effect, a negative effect on the Chinese economy because there's very little likelihood that Chinese manufacturers are going to be able to absorb this, nor does the Chinese government seem willing to allow that. And so this is painful, but it does create opportunities. One of them being that it just plays right into China's foreign policy line that it is the protector of the international trading system and international trade rules.
So what's the retaliation? China calling this typical bullying, Beijing promising to retaliate. How will it?
So what we've seen so far, Joe, is some retaliatory tariffs, strategic ones, including on U.S. agriculture products and U.S. gas. And I expect that we would see maybe those tariffs would be increased. Perhaps there would be additional tariffs applied strategically to other imports from the U.S. And then, of course, we'll see China rely on the rest of its playbook of things that it can do to retaliate. The playbook that it's been developing since the first Trump administration, which will probably include more announcements about export restrictions or licensing requirements for exports of critical minerals. It'll probably include addition of more U.S. companies to the unreliable entity list. It might include other pressure on specific U.S. companies that are trying to operate in the China market.
Well, so if they're retaliating against the U.S., I do wonder, to the point you were making on opportunities created here, Anna, if it's going to be enticing other trading partners. Who is most likely to have a favorable view toward a trading relationship with China as they're facing this pain from the U.S.? Is it other manufacturing countries, or at least where a lot of manufacturing has gone, like Vietnam and India, which are now facing high tariff rates? Is it the European Union? Is it all of the above?
I think to some extent you could say that it's all of the above, that this will, to the extent that the competition between the U.S. and China and perceptions of China's increasing aggression and territorial claims around its periphery, to the extent that that has been something that other countries have been more and more convinced of in the last 8 years, we may see a lot of those countries start to revise that assessment and look at China as perhaps a partner that is more amenable to relatively free trading than the United States is. I really am curious about how this will play out in the Asia-Pacific region because of what you mentioned, the fact that tariffs that have been announced for countries like Vietnam are even higher than the tariffs that have been announced for China. And of course, a lot of the manufacturing that was producing goods for the U.S. market has moved to places like Vietnam in recent years. So that's really going to hurt those countries, and it likely will undermine their sense that the U.S. is a reliable partner, which could in turn undermine U.S. security objectives in the region.
Anna, you may have heard President Trump tie tariffs against China to a potential sale of TikTok within the last week. And we've got a deadline that's fast approaching, and this potential sale, while we don't have anything real to talk about yet, has been sucking up a lot of oxygen here in Washington, D.C. Have you heard of, or could you conceive of any deal in which tariffs against China are lowered in some sort of deal for Beijing to sign off on the sale of TikTok here in the U.S.?
Gosh, Joe, maybe. These are really, really significant tariff threats. So I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Prior to these tariff threats, I would have said there's no way that Beijing is going to make a deal. My sources have been quite emphatic that the government has no interest in allowing the U.S. to acquire TikTok's algorithm. But it's possible that this would cause Beijing to reconsider to some extent. I still think that it's doubtful, though, because it's not really China's MO to bow to U.S. pressure like that. And so far, China hasn't been particularly positively responsive to other moves by this administration to ratchet up pressure.
Just quickly, Anna, we only have a minute left here, but do you expect we could see some currency activity on the part of China when it comes to manipulating the yuan? Because currency manipulation is one of those non-tariff barriers the White House was alluding to yesterday.
It is. And then at the same time, when you look at how when you look at the numbers that the White House produced, estimating what the total average tariffs of these other trading partners are on the U.S., it's sort of a head scratcher, and it doesn't look like there was a formula involved that, clearly took into account the effects on the U.S. of different kinds of tariff and non-tariff barriers. It looks like, most people have speculated that they basically took the balance of trade between the U.S. and any given bilateral partner and divided it by the value of the imports from that country. So there are questions about exactly what countries could do in negotiations with the U.S. to make this better. But maybe, devaluing currency is one of them.
Anna Ashton, great to have you with us of all days today. Anna, founder of Ashton Analytics, specializing in U.S.-China trade. We'll keep this conversation rolling here on the late edition of Balance of Power. Join us at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And very good afternoon, everyone.
everyone, live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, and I say good afternoon, but is it?
Not if you're long this market. The S&P 500 down more than 4%. The NASDAQ Composite down more than 5%. We're going to get an update on all the details from Charlie Pellet in just a moment.
Yeah, we're bouncing around. We're off our lows of the session, but still, we are seeing some clear selling. We've also got the 10-year U.S. Treasury. We've seen that briefly falling below 4%. It is a bit of a market reset. So we are markets and tariffs all the time on this Thursday, from retail and tech to banking and autos. The sector's on the move. We're going to try and get to as much as we can. And then we've got the one company that really sums up the U.S.-China trade. We're talking about Apple. Shares are plummeting.
Hey, it's a fast-moving market day, so let's get right to it. First up, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Much, and here's what's going on. Carol mentioned Apple. Right now, that stock is plunging by 9.1%, indicative of what is happening in the broader markets. Right now, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, very much in the red. We have got the S&P 500 index down now by 4%. Dow Industrials down 1,300 points now. That is a decline of 3.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 911 points for NASDAQ, a sell-off right now of 5.2%. The 10-year 4.03% now, with the 2-year 3.71%. Gold down 0.8%, 31.10 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude is plunging 6.5%, 67 even right now on WTI. Bitcoin down 4.4%, 81,860 on Bitcoin. Auto stocks lower across the board. Case in point, Stellantis, parent of Jeep and Chrysler, down 8.7%, GM down 3.8%, Ford down 4.7%, ADRs of Volkswagen down by 2.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Certainly front and center is what's going on in the market trade on this Thursday. And let's talk about it, because we did see the stock market plummet after President Trump announced a raft of tariff hikes. We saw that in the aftermarket last night. We obviously are seeing it in the Thursday trade as well, wiping about $3 trillion or so in combined stock market value, sending the S&P down about 4.5% at its low today. The NASDAQ 100 down about 5%. So let's get with it. With us is Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee right here in studio, and Eric Weiner, Bloomberg News Equities America's team leader. He joins us from just outside New York City. I do want to just quickly start with you, Eric, because of the selling. You've seen a lot of market cycles. Some are orderly, some are not. Some are understandable, some are fundamentally based. We understand the clear catalyst. How are you seeing the trade? How would you describe it today?
Well, we knew it was going in, we knew it was going to be a down day. The question was how much. It slammed down pretty much 4% early and has held there. We've seen some buying from retail. We've spoken to a bunch of people who have done the buying, and basically it's more of a long-term play. But everything that isn't like a consumer staple or something that you're going to need is just getting hammered.
Yeah, it's remarkable to see, Eric. As Carol mentioned, you have reported on quite a few cycles. You've been at this for decades. Contextualize the history of this in terms of down days that you've seen, in terms of sell-offs that you've seen. How is this one different? How is it similar?
Well, it's different in that it actually feels kind of orderly and expected. The question from what we're hearing is where this goes next. On some of the big down days, where even recently, like in COVID, it was like, oh my God, and where you feel like you're catching a falling knife. This is something that was kind of anticipated. The lead up this week was very strange. Every day we'd come in and futures were way down and the market would open up way down. And then we'd see some buying and it would end green. But you could sort of feel the tension building. So today feels kind of like a release. And then we see where we go from here.
All right, good point. All right, in terms of, that's the equity trade. We did see the 10-year Treasury right now just at 4.0%. It did go below it. I want to bring in Mike and talk about this because I am curious. Does the Fed maybe feel like all of this is orderly, or are they getting a little worried here?
No, it appears to be orderly. The Fed is concerned when you have an imbalance between buyers and sellers. That's what happened in COVID, and nobody wanted to buy, so and everybody wanted to sell. And the problem that you have there is that the markets don't function, and so the Fed steps in. At this point, they don't care whether you're losing money on your portfolio or not, and even at a 4% or 5% down day for the markets is not a terrible thing. As long as this is orderly, they will just stand by and watch. And when you look at the bond market had a choice. They could trade on the idea that we're going to have higher inflation, or trade on the idea that we're going to have much slower growth. And they seem to have gone with the growth scenario, and they're going along with what we're seeing in equities, because the whole curve has dropped at this point. But what's interesting is on the short end, the inflation break-evens have risen to the highest since 2022, when we were having inflation. Still haven't seen that much of a move. It's actually down a little bit when you get to 5 years and longer, but there is some concern about inflation. But it's really the growth story that's bothering the bond market.
So it raises the question about the Federal Reserve and what the Federal Reserve is going to do for the remainder of the year, or how this changes the outlook for the folks who are the decision makers at the Fed this year. Because we've heard from Jay Powell over the last few months, we need to get clarity and get an understanding of what the policies will be. We got that yesterday in the Rose Garden. What does it mean for the Fed?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Chairman Powell has to say tomorrow. We heard from Vice Chairman Philip Jefferson this morning, who didn't say a whole lot except that there are changes going on to the economy that bear watching, and they could be good, they could be bad. We don't know what we're going to be on top of it. We have another speech coming up in about 20 minutes or so from Lisa Cook, who's a member of the Fed Board of Governors. But it's really the chairman that the markets are going to look to for direction. I'm not sure how much direction he can give, because it's basically going to be a situation where he has to say, we're still figuring this out. It's very complex, and we don't know what the effects are in the market. Yes, we can tell you that prices are going to rise, but how does that feed through into consumer behavior and business behavior?
I do think about tomorrow a lot, right? We get the monthly jobs report. Let me go back to you, Eric. Could that be another catalyst for the markets? Of course it could be, but I'm just curious how you're rolling that into, especially today's trade.
Oh, no, that actually is a huge catalyst. To Mike's point, there's a lot of data to come, and that's going to really dictate where it's hitting, where these tariffs are hitting, where the trouble areas are. We're going to start getting earnings next week, and that's going to be where we're no longer looking at what the results were. We're talking about what the outlooks will be. So the employment outlook and jobs, and also inflation, we have CPI coming up. These kinds of things are where the tariffs will bleed into. And as we start seeing what the impact is, that's going to dictate how traders react, and it's going to dictate how Powell has to respond.
Mike, I want to go to you for the last question here about the quote-unquote reciprocal tariffs, because I think a lot of the discussion today, and what is prompting the sell-off, of course, today, is the tariffs. But the word reciprocal is not really what we got yesterday by any stretch of the imagination. We're going to be speaking with Josh Wingrove in just a minute on the White House side of things. But take us through the math and how they got to these numbers.
I was told there would be no math.
You were lied to.
The White House put out a helpful econometric diagram of their process, which basically, if you break it down, it comes out as we take what the trade deficit is with a particular country, and we divide that by the value of their exports to the United States, and that is what they consider the unfair trading level. And then, because the president said he wanted to be relatively nice about this, he cut that in half. So you get a country like Switzerland comes up with 67%, and then he cuts it in half to 34%, and then that's their tariff. It has nothing to do with reciprocity. There's no way to really measure so many aspects of this. They claim that it's using formulas that have been long used in economics, but I haven't found an economist who has ever heard of this.
Hey, just 20 seconds. We had a story cross a few hours ago. Jay Powell's tariff inflation game plan just got more complicated. It is trickier right now, though, for the Fed, yes?
Yeah, it's very tricky because they could end up with slow growth, or they could end up with high inflation, or both, stagflation. And that poses problems for any kind of action they want to take.
Surprise, surprise. All right, guys, thank you so much. Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee, Bloomberg News Equities America's team leader Eric Weiner. He's going to be back, too, at the top of the next hour to continue with us on today's trading day.
Well, tariffs, of course, that's what our focus is. President Trump imposing the steepest American tariffs in a century as he steps up his campaign to reshape the global economy, sparking threats of retaliation and a sell-off in markets around the world. For the president and his chief advisors, including U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who spoke to Bloomberg this morning, it's a reset for every U.S. trading partner.
It's a start of a rebalancing of the way the world works. I agree with the secretary that our view is that the only way these rates are going up is if countries decide to retaliate. But why would you retaliate against your biggest client? Your biggest client says, I want to reorder things. I mean, the United States of America is the largest client in the world.
That was U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick earlier on Bloomberg. With an update on tariffs, back with us is Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent Josh Wingrove. He's in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Josh, we're going to get to tariffs in just a minute, but we got to get to this breaking news. A redhead crossing the Bloomberg terminal just moments ago. U.S. Pentagon Inspector General has announced that it's studying recent public reporting of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's, quote, use of an unclassified commercially available messaging app to discuss information pertaining to military actions in Yemen in March of 2025. That's according to a statement. We were told recently by the White House, the case is closed, the chapter's closed. They've moved on. That's not the case.
Yeah, that's right. And thank you for having me from my home office. Not quite the home bureau. It's been one of those days. I've been trying to get out of the house all day.
Not going to happen.
It just keeps coming. Not going to happen. So this thing keeps spiraling, right? And there, for instance, has been reporting in the past couple of days that there were maybe up to 20 or more than 20 chats that National Security Advisor Michael Waltz was involved in. Some reporting even in the past 24 hours that there have been firings at NSC as questions have swirled about Waltz's future. But of course, Hegseth is the one that put a lot of the material in the chat that Waltz created. And so, he's always been kind of in and out of the spotlight a little bit on this as well. Now, will this lead to Trump sort of switching positions on this? Time will tell, I suppose. Trump has a long history of disregarding or even firing inspectors general. So I would not necessarily hold my breath that this will fundamentally change the calculus. At last signal, which is a horrible and unintended pun that I'm kicking myself for now, the White House is standing by Hegseth. The White House is standing by Waltz. They're trying to bury this issue. They do not want it to become a running thing, but of course it just keeps flaring up here and there.
And just 20 seconds left on this. I mean, there are favorite children and then there are favorite children. I mean, Hegseth is a favorite child, administration child, right, of the president?
I didn't know where you were going with that, Carol.
Sorry.
There are Trump children, okay?
I have one child, so this is an easy question for me. Hegseth is what Trump tends to like. Central casting, comes from Fox, so there's no sign that he wants to break from this. Of course, Trump also encourages people in his orbit when they're under scrutiny to dig in and fight. And so that often pulls them closer to the administration rather than creating a gap.
All right, good stuff. Hey, listen, why we wanted you to be here, why you probably have gotten no sleep. We all have been reading everything and anything on what the president did yesterday. What's going on inside the White House? Is the president pleased with kind of what he put out there? Is he concerned at all about the market sell-off? Is he concerned at all about other countries retaliating?
He hasn't spoken, although that might be changing as I speak. He's about to leave for Florida, so, time will tell. He did post a tweet this morning likening this to potentially life-saving or life-ending surgery. And so that's kind of the position where we're at on this, where he says the patient has survived and now, things will improve from here. They view this as a reset. They were intending to send a message. You heard that from Secretary Lutnick in the clip he played this morning. Although I will note, he said, look, why would you do that to your biggest client? The biggest clients of the U.S. are Canada and Mexico, and those are the two countries that were among the first hit. So, it's sometimes very difficult to find a through line with what they're doing here. But I think some top line messages here, they haven't tweaked anything since they announced it last night. We're diving into how they came to those figures, and boy, I hope we talk about that. I came here for the math. Mike McKee did too. He's just finished. And I think, you know, we're also looking for clarity on the stuff that comes next, including those 232 investigations are similar on the sectoral tariffs. They kind of popped a new one on us yesterday that our colleague Joe Doe wrote about today, potential for a critical minerals tariff, but also how this auto parts tariff is going to shake out. And that's one way I think that Trump, it'll sort of be an early litmus test of whether he's keeping sort of, you know, all hands on deck going forward on this, or whether they're going to have second thoughts given the market reaction. But broadly, you know, they've had officials fanning out on TV defending this, essentially shrugging off the market reaction to that.
Okay, Josh, we're going to the math right now. If you go to Bloomberg.com, you see the equation. It's right at the top of the screen. This is the formula Trump's team used to calculate the tariffs. This is your story. Mike took us through a little bit of the calculation, but this was a surprise to so many observers here, because this is not typically, I shouldn't say, nothing's typical, but this wasn't how people thought that the tariffs would be calculated.
This is not how they said the tariffs would be calculated repeatedly. And I don't mean even verbally. I mean, in the executive order that set this up, they said it would be based on tariffs, non-tariff barriers, other things like currency manipulation and value-added taxes, that kind of thing. Not what happened. You showed the formula there. There are essentially 5 inputs. 2 of them are basically vaporware. One is 4 and one is 0.25. They multiply out to multiplying by 1. They're completely irrelevant to the outcome on this. Now, the administration is arguing that these numbers, this sort of rudimentary calculation that would literally fit on the back of a napkin, you know, is sort of a proxy. It's a simpler way to get to the same outcome, which for Trump is balanced trade, right? He believes very strictly that the U.S. should have equal trade in goods between countries, even in cases where it's the richest country in the world and some of the most developing economies in the world, which were the ones hardest hit in those tariff measures yesterday. So all they've done is, Mike nailed it. They just sort of, it is the essentially U.S. trade deficit with that country as a share of imports from that country, and then divided by 2. It is very ad hoc. The administration is defending it, saying that it's just as good as any other calculation. But that's why you're seeing some wonky outcomes here, where countries, you know, have like adversarial countries that, you know, no one in the U.S. is all that keen to trade with, have a lower rate than Israel, for instance.
Yeah, it's got everybody scratching their heads. Hey, listen, just got about 30 seconds here, Josh. More tariffs still to come? I mean, is this it or no?
Okay, so this is, I think, a really interesting one. I try not to ramble on. 30 seconds, 25, 24.
Yeah.
They say that this is a high watermark without retaliation. We're already seeing retaliation come in. The Canadians, for instance, announced a 25% tariff on completed American-built autos. Now, that could strike a deal in the future. Trump, in particular, has talked about making a deal with Canada once the election is done. But the warnings from Bessent and Lutnick and others are, if you retaliate, this might not be the cap. But if you don't, it maybe would be the cap. So the question is, will they go down from here? We're also seeing people hoping to get below that 10% floor by negotiating down from that. Our colleague Jennifer Deloy and others have written about how that seems very unlikely right now. That 10% seems like a hard floor.
Got it.
So that this is sort of the band that they're negotiating in going forward, I think.
You are incredible. Josh Wingrove, we'll take you at the office. We'll take you at home. Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. Markets are selling off. We've got you covered on Bloomberg Television and Radio. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Wall Street's rebellion against Donald Trump's tariff war is intensifying with the America First trade unraveling. S&P right now down 243 points, down 4.3%. The Dow is now down 1,450 points for the Dow. That is a drop of 3.4%. NASDAQ down 963 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 5.5%. NASDAQ 100 Index down 4.9%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares particularly hard hit right now, down 6.2%, extending its year-to-date loss to 13.9%. The 10-year 4.03%, with the 2-year 3.69%. Spot gold down $30 the ounce, 31.05, down by 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.9%, 68.80 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin right now down 4.7%, 81,624 on Bitcoin. Sneaker, clothing, and jewelry makers plunging amid a shock to supply chains after President Trump announced new tariffs on crucial production countries, including Vietnam and Indonesia. Among some of those names right now, we've got Nike lower by 12.9%, Lululemon down 10.2%, Abercrombie & Fitch down 15.2%, Gap stores down by 20%. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest on these markets. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. As Charlie just detailed, so many names in the retail group are getting hammered. I looked at one of the S&P indexes in the retail sector overall, down more than 7% at one point today. We've also looked at European sneaker makers, clothing and jewelry makers stocks. They too are plummeting. So we're talking about names like Adidas, Puma, Nike. They have all, in years past, increased their reliance on factories in Vietnam and Indonesia. And so as a result, these tariffs being imposed by the U.S. may force them to absorb the costs or pass them on to consumers. So that's kind of the environment. And then you keep talking about RH.
Yeah, the parent company of Restoration Hardware. It fell as much as 44% earlier in the session, down about 40% as we speak. So with us right now to help us understand exactly what's going on and why so many were caught off guard with these tariffs, Poonam Goyal is a Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst for e-commerce, athleisure, and off-price retail. She joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. The stocks that you cover at Bloomberg, Poonam, go through what you've seen since the tariff news.
I'm not hearing anything.
Having a little bit of a hearing problem, and we're going to hopefully get to Poonam in just a moment. And so just figuring out our technical problems. As we mentioned, retail, though, is certainly one of the sectors. I mean, if you really go across the board, you look at the S&P 500, you've got 11 major industry groups, and 9 of them are down, really 10. Utilities are flat on the day. Consumer staples, though, are the outperformer, up about 0.8%. But what we call consumer discretionary, Tim, and some of the retail names, not so much.
Okay, I want to try to get back to Poonam Goyal at our Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. The stocks that you cover for Bloomberg Intelligence, what have you seen since the tariff news?
It's bad news. It's bad news across the board. You know, when you think about apparel and footwear, notably, everything is made outside of the U.S., and the tariffs, as suggested as of yesterday, are on average about 40%. So that is a 40% increase to the retailer's costs. That cannot be passed down to the consumer in entirety or absorbed. So it's negative for both demand and for margins.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's interesting. You know, one of the things, though, Tim, did you look at, was it Walmart at one point?
At one point, it was higher.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull it up. Yeah, it was up about just a hair. It's now down about 2.5% here. Like someone like a Walmart, though, I know that we've had stories on the Bloomberg, like talking about how they're, talk to their suppliers, their Chinese suppliers, and putting pressure on them. There's Walmart, though, which is just massive, right? The world's largest retailer, and then you've got everybody else.
Yeah, so when you think about the value players, and largely the big players, right, the ones that have scale, whether it's a Walmart, whether it's an Amazon, anyone that has scale, they can leverage that scale and try to push back on prices. But that said, even the suppliers can't absorb a 40% tariff. It's just not possible. It has to be shared. It has to be shared between the suppliers, between the retailers, and even the consumers.
The idea, Poonam, with these tariffs, at least according to the president, is that it will provide an incentive for companies to start manufacturing these goods here in the United States. If you're Nike, are you going to start making sneakers in the U.S. instead of Vietnam?
Even if you wanted to, you couldn't. So the issue with making apparel and footwear in the U.S. is, one, we don't have the machinery, we don't have the supply, we don't have the infrastructure, and we don't have the talent. It is almost impossible to bring back production from the Asian countries to the U.S. It's a task that, if even we tried, would take, in my opinion, a decade or more.
So, okay, I mean, are any of them, like I think about the retail sector is so rough in some cases in terms of margins. Are any of them, do we have to be concerned about any of them financially, especially if this goes on for a long time, having some difficulties? I mean, I think a name like Nike, I assume they're going to be okay, but help us out, understand, you know their balance sheets better than most.
Yeah, so absolutely. There will be retailers that will come under pressure. Within my coverage, you know, one name that comes to mind is Allbirds. It's a very small company, but 100% of their footwear is made in Vietnam alone, and they've been struggling. So any company that's small and doesn't have the free cash flow, is operating already on negative profit margins, is going to struggle to deal with the tariff situation. And the ones that even do have somewhat healthy balance sheet, it could really hurt them if we assume that these tariffs are here to stay and it will be as high as we see it.
So I guess the question I have, and it dovetails into what Carol asked earlier, is who pays for these tariffs? Is it the companies?
Everyone.
You say everyone, but I know, and it's not a monolith in terms of the companies that you follow, but should we expect the Nike shoes that we buy here in the U.S. to go up in price and Nike to have lower margins as a result of these tariffs?
Absolutely. They're too high for just one entity to absorb them.
Which one, where is more of the damage? Where is more of the pain?
I think more of the pain, so it depends on the competitive landscape. If everyone is taking prices up, it's easier to follow and also raise your prices to that extent. So I think the consumer will see a price increase. If the consumer sees a 40% price increase, the consumer will probably pull back materially. So I think they have to tread how high they can go in prices very carefully, because you don't want to affect demand too much where inventories build, which for Nike we know is a problem right now. It just would really delay their turnaround by much, much longer.
You know, I am curious too, in terms of, obviously the next earnings cycle becomes even more important in terms of what we hear. Have they been bracing for this and expecting it to be, I mean, I feel like we've been doing a countdown, Poonam, for so long in anticipation. I think there was hopes it would be more targeted. Having said that, it's not. And, you know, going back to what you talked about with Tim, it's a reminder, these global supply chains, it's just not easy to change these on a dime. And it also questions whether or not, if you make it here in the United States, it's going to be more expensive, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right. We didn't expect this. It's much more aggressive than we expected. That said, we have about 3 to 4 weeks until we start hearing from the companies. And from what I've seen, at least over the past 3 months, is that things can change, and they can change very quickly. So we're watching. We're waiting to see what happens. I'm sure these retailers are knocking on the president's door to figure out if there are any ways to get exceptions or if there are any ways to bring this down.
Right.
But it's still a wait and watch situation. It's very fluid.
All right, no doubt about that. Poonam, thank you so much. Poonam Goyal, who follows e-commerce, athleisure, and off-price retail for our Bloomberg Intelligence team. Do want to mention President Trump making some reactions on markets and what's going on in the market trade. He says it's going very well. He says market is going to boom. He is speaking to reporters. So again, just a few heads from the president. We're also getting some Fed heads as well. And with that, we want to bring back our Mike McKee. Mike, just crossing Lisa Cook of the Fed.
Yeah, Lisa Cook, Fed governor, commenting on the tariffs, the second one to talk today, goes into great detail about the possibilities for how things might happen, but basically says that if we get a stagflation situation with slower growth or higher inflation, that may be a big challenge for the Fed. She thinks growth is going to slow moderately, but can't predict with a lot of certainty unemployment's going to increase. For right now, she thinks that the Fed should leave rates where they are until they have a better idea of what's going to happen. But she's, it's very Fed speak, but it is the first detailed response We got Philip Jefferson talking just a little bit this morning about the idea that they need to see more data, more information.
The Fed only has basically two tools in its toolbox. What does it do in a stagflationary environment?
Well, we don't know in this case, because what they did back in the 1970s was feed into it, and that just helped create the great inflation. So they're going to be very wary of doing that, but they're also going to be worried about people losing their jobs if unemployment spikes because of this. They have said many times, and Lisa Cook talks about it in here as well, that it's very bad for people. They lose income and they lose progress in their careers, and it destroys families. And so it's going to be hard to say.
I gotta say, it feels very, just last question, feels very measured. Feels very calm, very like, right? What we got from Lisa Cook, or no?
Well, the Fed is not known for running around going, the sky is falling.
That is true.
But they're trying to be measured and calm at this point. Tomorrow, promo ahead, we get Jay Powell, 11:25 Wall Street time.
That's all that's happening tomorrow, right?
Pardon?
That's all that's happening tomorrow, right?
That's crucial.
That's all that's happening tomorrow.
But that's a big deal, coming off of jobs in this.
You know, the people on Wall Street will be going, jobs report, let's get that out of the way. We got to get to Jay Powell. And that will give us a much better picture, because he's going to have to address this more than the other members of the Open Market Committee.
I also feel like Lisa Cook, like we often hear from the Fed, should hold rates, here it is, could hold longer, Fed holding longer or easing faster. So it's just a reminder, it can go either way.
We can go either way.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Our Michael McKee with the latest from the Fed's Lisa Cook, those headlines just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. All right, we're continuing to digest what tariffs are doing on today's trade. We've had a lot of selling. The market's bouncing around. They've been off their highs and lows of the day. We right now want to take a look at what they do to U.S. businesses, something we've been focusing on. We've seen the stock reaction, and what it does to American global businesses and their role in the world, their access to global markets, especially with so many already threatening to retaliate against the U.S. tariffs. So let's turn to that. And Dr. Rebecca Humkes, she's on the faculty at Duke Corporate Education. She's also a lecturer at the London Business School, Executive Education Advisor, and faculty at Boston Consulting Group. She's former London Business School of Economics Fellow and former Fellow for the White House's President's Council of Economic Advisors. That was under George W. Bush. And she joins us on this Thursday. Rebecca, we're trying to pull a lot together and try to figure out what companies are thinking about, what they are doing. Do they ultimately, based on the news we got from the president last night, that they need to rethink their global supply chains, and can they?
No, thank you so much for having me. CEOs have been rethinking their global supply chain since 2020, which I think we forget in some of this conversation. If the math worked to bring supply chains back to the U.S., we would have already done it. All of those maths and models were ran in 2021 and 2022 with that global supply chain shock. So a lot of factors were already in place and decisions have been made. Honestly, at this point, the news yesterday was not great. We like to say markets hate bad news, but they hate uncertainty more. We got a little bit of both yesterday. We got much worse news than we expected and a lot of uncertainty. We left the door open enough that maybe these will change. So most CEOs are still, unfortunately, waiting to learn more.
I think one challenge that executives have, and look, I'm not an executive making decisions about a supply chain, but as we just heard from Poonam, a lot of these companies spent many years moving out of China and moving into other countries like Vietnam during the first Trump administration. Now to be hit with blanket tariffs in every single country that they operate in, that they manufacture products in. What's an executive to do in a situation such as this? Is their only choice to either raise prices or move to the United States, which, as we know, for retail companies, could be easier said than done?
I think it's for all companies that it's very difficult to move back. I can't emphasize enough. Even if you made the decision that you wanted to move any sort of manufacturing back to the U.S., this is a multi-year, multi-million, sometimes into the billions-dollar decision. No board is making that kind of capital decision in the current environment of chaos that we have. You know, chaos has a cost, and that cost is manifesting itself in very slow decision-making. Now, CEOs have lots of options, and most have been on this since last summer into last autumn. They are looking to kind of make a more robust supply chain. They're looking for changing some inputs. They're looking to do some different things in warehousing. You certainly have more options. This is not a binary choice. But any hope this will be that second boom back of American manufacturing, unfortunately, doesn't really understand the math and some of the complications behind what doing that would take.
But is it fair to say, I mean, the United States since World War II has really benefited, right, by helping in the rebuild, right, helping with so many different policies to get Europe back on its feet. And as a result, had a lot of leeway, right, in terms of its role in the world and what it got to do. But it also meant, you know, a lot of opportunities too for its global companies. So I do wonder that the more closed off we get, the pullback on globalization. I mean, are we wrong to even say that there's a pullback on globalization? Because it certainly feels that way.
Every indication of what we've been talking about the last couple of months have been a push back from globalization. That is, though, a push from the administration. You are not getting that same push from publicly traded as well as private organizations. We have global supply chains, global customer bases, and global talent bases. So this push is an administration push. It's not coming from the leaders of our top companies. They are some scrambling, some a little bit ahead, trying to figure out what to do about this.
You know, it makes me wonder about if we could see a change in policy from the administration. And look, nobody can read the mind of this president. We know how he feels about tariffs. He was open about that in his first term and also during this campaign. But given what we're seeing today, do you foresee any change in policy from this White House, or are these levies here for as long as his administration goes?
You know, that's a really good question, and certainly myself and my colleagues don't try to make a business out of forecasting what this administration is going to do next. I try to focus on how executives can create value from it. It did really take away from yesterday that they were still leaving the table open for negotiations. So I think that's unfortunately what CEOs are sitting on this morning, that instead of getting news that they could actually start planning and forecasting around, it seems like maybe these will change as well. And we have the previous 2 months of tariffs coming on, going off, and deadlines changing. So even though we had news, I don't think it's enough that we can actually make decisions on. So I do think there is some room here. What we don't know, if this was a come out strong to be a power play and a lot's going to be pulled back, or if they're going to stick with this at least through the midterm elections. Most executives are assuming this is going to be at least another 18 months through the midterms of this amount of volatility, and many are holding off on big decisions until then.
Rebecca, just 30 seconds. Are a lot of executives, do you think, at this point pulling in their teams and say, folks, let's get ready for a recession or something along those lines?
The R word is certainly coming up a lot more in the past 2 months than it had beforehand, but CEOs, I think, have built a lot more robustness in, and certainly the ones that I am talking to are really looking to make a change in growth strategy to do other ways around it. For many organizations, I can't emphasize this enough, this changes the how, not the what. What they're trying to do to create value remains the same. This is tactically they need to change some things, and pricing will come in play. There's much bigger macroeconomic implications. We know the inflationary effects of this, but I don't see a big change in many strategies. This is a change in the how.
All right, great stuff. Look forward to next time catching up with you. Dr. Rebecca Humkes on the faculty at Duke Corporate Education, as we said, also a former fellow for the White House's President's Council of Economic Advisors, so much more too, also of the book, Survive, Reset, Thrive. All right, let's get back to the trade and really the tech sector that is getting hit so hard and really dragging down the overall trade.
The Mag 7,
yeah,
it's getting crushed today. It's
is.
leading the market down in a big way. You take a look at the world equity indexes, and the NASDAQ composite down more than 5.3% as we speak. Certainly it's the tariff news, but there's also something that really caught our attention in the middle of the night. It has to do with Microsoft pulling back on its data center spend. With the Tech Sector Watch, we've got Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst Anurag Rana joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Look, we're going to get to the Microsoft news in just a second, but certainly a sea of red for the big tech names for the sector overall, underperforming the greater indices. How do tariffs affect some of these biggest players?
I think the biggest one is Apple, and this is where we're seeing the biggest carnage, frankly, from a overall market cap point of view. But the reason is because bulk of those products that we buy, we use, are made in China. So when you take a duty of 54% on top of it, that just will dent margins so badly, demand. I mean, it's really a bad thing for Apple, frankly, from that point of view. We haven't even seen the retaliatory part of it from China, because the Greater China region accounts for 20% of Apple's revenue. So whether consumers over there are going to use local brands even more now because of this thing. So it's really bad for Apple, frankly.
What do you make? We're going to talk about Apple a little bit more with Mark Gurman in just a moment, but I'm just thinking, Anurag, NVIDIA is down almost 7%. You know, you guys hosted this big AI event yesterday. A lot of optimism, and even about the spend, you know, amid concerns about some of the macro, whether it's tariffs or other. I don't know. How do you see the overall tech sector starting to retrench, or what?
This is going to have a huge impact on overall discretionary tech spending. Business confidence goes down, companies will not spend as much more. I mean, that is, I think, the base case. We ran some numbers. We had published a note yesterday morning. Look at the top 50 software companies. December 31st, the median growth rate for those top 50 companies was 13.2%.
Right.
Over the last year. For calendar 25, just 2 days ago, that number was 12.4%. So less than 1 percentage point decrease in growth expectations from the sell side. That number needs to come down quite a bit before you could say, oh, the fundamentals are getting aligned with what the reality of the situation is at this point.
You don't cover Dell specifically, but you're in here.
Same thing. Same thing like
17% decline today.
Same thing like Apple, because it has.
But why is this one underperforming its peers?
So you really have to go back and look back. Let's say a couple of years. Some of these names have had a good run up. So Nvidia, for example.
Yeah.
People do in these, when you have a meltdown situation, they do sell their winners as well. I mean, it's not only, you don't sell on fundamentals alone. Your portfolio is going down. You're getting a margin call. You got to sell everything at that point. So it's, you can't really figure out why one stock is more than the other.
What about Microsoft in terms of cutting back on its data? I feel like we have had a series of pullbacks from Microsoft.
I'm going to pause on that and wait for Satya to make his comments when they announce their results in a couple of weeks. Because if he goes out and comes and says, listen, I'm going to still spend the same amount of money, but I'm going to lease more than I build, I'm okay with that. There's nothing wrong in it. But if he says he's having a big scale back of all expensive build and rent, then it's a concern for AI infrastructure as a whole. Maybe not so much for Microsoft investors because they'll be happy that he's not spending that much on CapEx.
Right.
So I'm not just reading the leaves just because we have heard about a few leases and a few things that he's really pulling back. He may be allocating that capital something else, but we need him to come out and say, I committed to $80 billion in new AI CapEx.
Right.
I'm either sticking to it or I'm scaling it down. That will dictate a lot of these things. These news don't really change my view as much.
Do we not get any of this news until the next earnings cycle? Or
No,
do you think we're going to start to hear, we're not going to hear stuff ahead of this?
And the earnings cycle is only about 2-3 weeks away. I mean, we are almost there.
What are you looking for in that cycle? What's the commentary you're looking for? Is it all CapEx?
No, CapEx is one of them. Obviously is, do you see a customer demand slowing down? Accenture reported a few days ago, I mean, before, I think 20th of March was the day. They really said that the government stuff is really pulling back. That's bad. And all their clients are also revisiting their commitment. So we think that's going to be the theme when IBM reports. That's going to be the theme when, ServiceNow reports, et cetera.
You have to go to catch a plane, but I'm not going to let you go yet because you are in New York City. Because we had this Bloomberg Intelligence event yesterday. Carol took part in it. A lot of my colleagues as well. Your big takeaway in terms of the outlook?
It's absolutely fine. I mean, see, what happens is the near-term outlook for CapEx is good. We know people are spending. But when you do a DCF, I mean, you really got to go several years out. And I think the big question for people is what happens several years out?
Anurag, thank you so much as always. We got to go to President Trump.
Big event. A lot of charitable causes are involved. So we look forward to that. It's in Miami at Doral.
President Trump, the markets today are way down, the worst day in years because of the tariffs. So how's it going?
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom, the stock is going to boom, the country is going to boom, and the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal? They've taken advantage of us for many, many years. For many years, we've been at the wrong side of the ball, and I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be unbelievable. the thing that people have to talk about. We're up almost to $7 trillion of investment coming into our country. And you'll see how it's going to turn out. Our country's going to boom.
There you have President Trump. That's tape playback from the White House as he made his way to Marine One to head to Air Force One, where he's on his way down to Florida. Very brief comments. He said the market is going to boom. He spoke to reporters just on his way to the Air Force Base.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, speaking about the markets, let's just give you an update of kind of where we are at this hour. The S&P 500, folks, still down about 4%, a decline of 235 points. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average, a decline of 1,400 points, 1,404 to be exact, down 3.3%. The NASDAQ 100, we're looking at a decline of 919 points, down 4.7%. We have bounced around. We've seen lower lows on both, really all of these market averages. We've seen a rally off those lows, and then we've seen another leg down. So while there are some buyers that obviously are trying to come in and lift up the market, we are really seeing selling across the board.
What's going on with shares of Apple right now? As we just heard from Anurag Rana, they're the company that is in his radar about the company that could be most affected by this, given how much of their products they make in China, specifically. Shares, Carol, down by 9.2% as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much hovering near their lows. Let's get to it. I mean, the stock plunging the most in more than 5 years. Keep in mind that this is one that we talk about is such a great example of certainly the relationship between U.S. and China, of a company that has a global, massive global supply chain and who has worked on this global supply chain for years and years and years. I remember being at a World Economic Forum event in India, and that was what we were discussing, global supply chains, and everyone pointed to Apple as being, you know, above the rest in terms of how they did it. Someone who knows so much about that is Mark Gurman. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. He joins us right now from Los Angeles. Mark, we talk with you so much about the global supply chain that Apple has. It's revered. How bad are the tariffs and the trade war for Apple specifically?
Oh, it's terrible, right? But Apple has the pricing power, the consumer influence, the economic influence. They have the supplier relationships. They have a lot of leverage over their main manufacturing partners, where I don't think Apple's going to need to eat the majority of the cost here. I think they're going to really split it between themselves, just a little bit. They're going to split it with the consumer, and they're going to make their suppliers pay some of it, right? Don't forget, it's Foxconn and some of their other final assembly suppliers that are exporting these things into the U.S. And they have so much margin, they have a little wiggle room to play with from the get-go anyways. Now, the big picture here, though, is that Apple has spent years diversifying its supply chain in an effort to try to avoid situations like this. I'm not saying it backfired, but it didn't work out as they probably would have hoped. The tariffs, against what people had expected for years, they're not really China-centric, right? China is just one piece of the pie here. You have major tariffs, as I'm sure you've been talking about all day, in India. You have them in Vietnam. You have them in Malaysia. You have them in Thailand, Taiwan. All the players here in the Apple supply chain are impacted.
So let's think about this from the perspective of prices that hit consumers, Mark. If you say it's going to sort of be buffeted by everything, do you expect Apple to raise prices as a result of these tariffs?
I do think that Apple will raise prices. I really do. I do think ultimately all of the consumer hardware players are going to need to raise prices at some point. The question is when they're going to do it and how much they're going to do it, not if they're going to do it.
Okay, when typically do they raise prices? If you're talking about the iPhone, would prices, like, do they ever raise prices mid-cycle for something? Has that ever, I don't want to say has that ever happened, but typically...
Yes, it has happened. Yes,
it has happened?
Yes, it has happened.
How did that happen last time?
Today. It's the thing that I have to step back and be very clear about. This has not happened in the U.S.
Okay.
Right? This has happened in Japan. This happened with Brexit in the U.K. This happened with Australia. This happened with other countries in the European Union. So there is precedent for out-of-cycle price changes, just not in the U.S.
Does it mean China's business, Apple's business in China, is even more threatened right now?
Does it mean Apple's business in China is even more threatened? I actually think it means a little bit of the opposite. I think it means that Apple's business in China is even more important to them because these things are being built in China and they're being exported. They're not having to be exported. They're being built in China and sold in China. So really, you want to sell even more stuff in China right now to make up for the impact externally.
I am curious what you make of, if there's anything more CEOs, in this case, Tim Cook and Apple can do. I mean, he showed up at the inauguration, I believe personally donated to the inauguration. Earlier this year, he talked about investing, like $500 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years. We talked about that because I think there was already money committed. I mean, not enough? What is it that the president is maybe looking for from these companies, or it has nothing to do with them? I mean, does he care about the health of a company like Apple?
It's mind-boggling. So he's putting in these tariffs. They start on the 9th, right? These big tariff increases start on the 9th. Okay, that's one thing to impact here. But it takes a lot of time to make these supply chain adjustments. The whole point of these tariffs is to get people to build things in the U.S. But there's not enough time to have those movements be made in the supply chain.
Go ahead, Carol. I know you have a question.
No, it's just no. It's just kind of fascinating. Like I said, I just think of the inauguration and all those tech CEOs there, and very visible, very prominent, and then just wonder about the relationships, the conversations. Do you hear that Apple is continuing to have an ongoing conversation with the administration at this point, Mark?
I'm sure that Apple is trying to get exemptions here, right?
Okay.
I'm sure they're having these ongoing conversations, but there's a point where you're just going to have to raise prices and in order to not eat into your margins and screw up your quarter, right? I mean, these are very important times for Apple right now. And so I think definitely there are going to be price adjustments. Question, like I said,
What about the cash cushion that Apple has? If they view this as temporary, could they just eat into the cash cushion that they have?
I don't think they should eat into it. Yes, they have high margins. Yes, they have a cash cushion, right? But they also have a business to run, and they don't want to adjust their business. So I think that you're going to have to see price increases. It is amazing, just to take a step back here, that Apple has not increased prices over the last several years in the U.S., given the inflationary pressures, given everything else going on, right? So really, we're in a territory in a time where Apple probably should be raising prices anyways, right, from a business standpoint. So this gives them a perfect excuse to do it.
All I'm going to say is my husband's like, I think I'm going to hold off on buying another phone, a new phone.
What does he have?
He's got, I think, he's a few back.
Because, just a reminder, Carol Master has the first Apple Watch.
I actually stopped using it. He keeps telling me you need to replace it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe it still works.
It doesn't work that well. Mark Gurman, thank you so much. So glad you were, last night, top of mind, wanted to talk to you. So appreciate it. Of course, our Mark Gurman, managing editor for Global Consumer Tech at Bloomberg News.
Hey, Sarah, I think moving forward, we got to do these in the camera room because
cool.
I just
Thanks,
saw my
Mark.
colleagues behind.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Carol, I want to take a look at markets right now. The S&P 500 down 4%, the NASDAQ Composite down 5%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 3.4%.
Yeah, just want to mention that Intel actually moving into the green. This on a headline crossing that Intel and TSMC tentatively agreed to form a chip-making joint venture. This is coming from The Information. TSMC is going to take 20% in the new company. Intel, other U.S. companies will hold the majority of the shares. Again, this is coming from The Information. Intel execs concerned the deal may cause some mass layoffs. Trump administration initiated the Intel TSMC talks. Unclear, though, how the new entity would be funded. No final deal between Intel and TSMC has been reached. But nonetheless, as I mentioned, I'm looking at Intel shares. They have definitely turned around in a market that has just been getting slammed. That stock now up about 2%.
Well, let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. What's on your radar? I mean, you have so many stocks to choose from.
Yes.
Everything.
I came here, I was going to talk about Apple, and I got to say, Mark Gurman is a hard follow when it comes to talking about Apple, but I will give the stock perspective here because we're looking at a $312 billion decline in market cap for one day for Apple. To put that in perspective, it basically erased the entire market cap of Coca-Cola.
Unbelievable.
It's a really big drop. It's leading losses in the Mag 7. And the reason I didn't catch all of Mark Gurman's conversation, but I'm imagining it all has to do with the fact that they are very exposed to these China tariffs. We're looking at a rate now 54% on goods when you take into account the reciprocal tariffs. In terms of what the street is saying, could there be an exemption? That is definitely a possibility here. Would Apple be exempt from the China tariffs? Jeffrey said that that's actually their base case. But when you look at what other analysts have been saying, Rosenblatt Securities, they do have a buy on Apple, but they said, our quick math on Trump's tariff liberation day suggests this could blow up Apple, which suggests something is likely to give. It's hard for us to imagine Trump blowing up an American icon, but it looks pretty tough for Apple. I thought that was a pretty intense note there.
Our Mark Gurman, who, as you know, just knows that company inside and out, he said, you know, that sure they have a lot of cash, but they probably are going to want to protect their margins, right? Wall Street's going to be watching very closely. And so this is a company that hasn't changed pricing, right? They talked about in a long time, so maybe we could see ultimately higher prices.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe, and mid-cycle could happen too. So
Exactly.
That's happened in other countries.
You got to talk RH.
Yes.
Tim is obsessed.
Yeah, don't say the word though. It's
I
a
know.
bad word.
I honestly, so
There was
as
an expletive involved in the writing of this story.
there was an expletive involved. As a journalist, you guys know, we get so many canned responses. We talk to people who are, you know, rightfully so, very sanitized.
I would
All
say-
about
I would say
execution.
extremely prepared by
Yes.
a team to speak with us.
To get a CEO to say on an earnings call an expletive, a real like live reaction to his stock plunging in the double digits. It's actually now facing its biggest intraday drop on record. It's journalism gold, not so much gold for anyone who's long the stock. But I mean, 70% of their products are from Asia, so they're almost getting a double whammy with the tariff news weighing on the company, but also the reported sales that missed estimates. And then, yeah, just to have the CEO reacting, I won't say it here, but Lily Meyer has a story on the Bloomberg terminal about this.
Love, love, love. 30 seconds or so left here. There's nothing like talking French fries to make you happy.
Lamb Weston.
Who knows?
They're one of the best performers in the S&P 500. 2/3 of their suppliers are domiciled in the United States. So I guess they're kind of shielded from tariffs. The company's down 40% over the last 12 months. I think this is emblematic of the rotation going underway in markets. Maybe those stocks that were previously unloved are now getting some of that love. And this seems like a company that, you know, it's all American. Maybe it's shielded from the tariff news. And they also have a little bit of a turnaround going on with the restructuring plan that they announced today.
It's just because it's French fries. We all need a break.
Or we just love French
A
fries.
personal
we all
favorite
need-
of Carol Masters.
We all need a glass of wine and some French fries right now.
Yeah, in their earnings report, they said that most people, they go out to fast food and they're getting choosy, but they always choose the French fries.
Tim and I travel, and I'm getting some food. I'm like, just get me some fries.
That's how she rolls. I don't even have to ask you anymore. I just know. She just wants fries.
Emily Griffeo, you're a gem. Cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News. All right, folks, that wraps up this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. Tim and I continuing on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals on TV. The close is coming your way.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek.
Just looking at the market.
What do you see? Is it red? Still red?
It's red across the screen, but again, you know, we've had some volatility. Not that we've moved into the green or anything, but we've seen higher levels or less losses. We've seen more losses, but we're still down about 4% on the S&P 500, down almost 4.7% on the NASDAQ 100, down about 3.5% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Look, the equity sell-off top of mind, about $2 trillion erased from the S&P 500. We're going to get the context, the sentiment, the details from a great group of people on equities. Our senior editor, Eric Weiner, going to be joining us once again in just a minute.
Love that. We checked in with them last hour. Going to do so, kind of some continuity, if you will, in terms of our market coverage here. Hey, on market sentiment, someone who brings together who's worked on Wall Street, understands how it works, is in academia, studies the economy, studies the markets. William & Mary's Peter Atwater back with us to talk about today's market environment.
And then we're going to get to specific sectors of the market. Industrials. Bloomberg's Brooke Sutherland is going to be joining us a little bit later. She writes the Industrial Strength newsletter, and she's been watching the spend from industrial companies ahead of yesterday's announcement.
And then on portfolio construction and asset allocation, Mace McCain of Frost Advisors, he's going to be along. And then we're going to talk a little bit more technology.
Oh, yeah. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst Mandeep Singh is going to be here in the studio in just a bit as well to talk about the route that we're seeing in tech today. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. The details. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. When Mandeep Singh stops by, also got to talk about this developing story headline right now that we brought to you on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Intel, TSMC tentatively agreeing to form a chip-making joint venture. Now, on an absolute rout of a day, we're looking at tech shares selling off, but Intel right now up by 5%. President Trump, meanwhile, says the market reaction to tariffs is going well. Stock bulls, though, bailing in droves as we recap reset steep losses as the America First trade collapses in a tariff backlash. Right to the numbers, we got the S&P 500 index down 235 points. That's the S&P down 4.1%. Dow Industrials down 1,400 points, a decline for the Dow of 3.3%. NASDAQ down 905 for the NASDAQ Composite Index down 5.1%. The 10-year 4.05% with the 2-year 3.72%. Could not ignore small cap shares, by the way. The Russell 2000 Index down 4.9%. Spot gold down $23 the ounce, 31.12 right now, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 6.7%. WTI 66.85 a barrel, and Bitcoin now down by 4.1%. Bitcoin at 82,132. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says foreign nations must address regulatory and policy limitations on American product imports to secure relief from Trump's new tariffs. The Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, was interviewed this morning by Jonathan Farrow. You heard him on Bloomberg Radio.
All the factories are going to come back to America. You're going to see an enormous number of factories come back to America, or you're going to see incredible change globally. It's going to take time, but the factories are going to be built in America. That's the most important thing. Donald Trump wants to see steel and aluminum made in America so we can defend ourselves. He's going to want to see pharmaceuticals made in America.
And speaking of autos made in America, we got Stellantis down 8.7%, GM down 3.7%, Ford right now down by 4.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, our top story, the U.S. bearing the brunt of the sell-off that raced through markets Thursday after President Trump ushered in a raft of tariff hikes that will drive the nation's levies to the highest in over a century. It threatens to upend supply chains, rekindle inflation, and slow global economic growth. We're focusing these next 2 hours on what exactly is happening, the implications, different sectors, and also the big picture. Speaking of the big picture, Carol, the S&P 500 index slumped as much as 4.5%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 fell over 5%. wiping out some $3 trillion in combined stock market value.
Yeah, we promised that Eric Weiner would be back with us. He's Bloomberg News Equities America's team leader, author of several books, including What Goes Up, which is an oral history of Wall Street from the Great Depression through the internet bubble and the 9/11 attack. So he has seen so many different market cycles. He joins us once again from just outside New York City. Eric, you know, as the day goes on, again, what really struck me in our conversation last hour is that it does feel orderly. I've been around long enough to see those days where everybody is running for the exits, and it just feels uncomfortable, and circuit breakers kick in, and so on and so forth. But this trade to you still continues to feel orderly.
It is orderly. It's just ugly, and it's like it's freighted. You're waiting for what comes next. This was kind of building, and as soon as we saw futures react after Trump made the speech yesterday, this was something that was expected. So when we were debating after last night, we were thinking 3%, 2%, 4% is more than we thought, but we're not seeing, as you said, circuit breakers triggered. We're not seeing panicking. We're seeing a rotation out of risk in a lot of different ways. And the question now becomes how long this lasts. And that's something we don't know.
But the rotation out of risk is so broad. I mean, the S&P 500 down more than 4%, the NASDAQ composite down more than 5%, the Russell 2000 down close to 6%, the Russell on the brink of entering a bear market. The technicals, the signals, the selling, what's the message that it's telling you?
Oh, it's all bad. If you think about when the Russell in particular, which is small caps, when you think about onshoring factories and what tariffs do, it usually doesn't affect the smaller cap stocks because they're domestically focused. They tend not to have huge operations around the world or anything like that. And for them to get beaten up, it means that they are the riskiest stocks in the market. They usually have the least liquidity. It means that people are just running away universally from anything that smells like risk. And the sector that's up is consumer staples, which is toilet paper and toothpaste and everything you're going to need no matter what. So that's what people are looking at, like, okay, well, what will definitely sell? Because anything that is consumer discretionary, luxury, technology, that's all just getting creamed.
All right, gonna leave it there. Hey, listen, good to check in with you again. Eric Weiner, Bloomberg News Equities America's team leader. All right, that is another snapshot on today's current trade. Now we want to get to someone who really looks at the markets with a lot of different perspectives and really some historical thoughts as well.
Great to have back on Bloomberg Business Week, Peter Atwater. He's president of Financial Insights. He's an adjunct professor of economics at William & Mary. He's an author of the book, The Confidence Map. It charts a path from chaos to clarity. He joins us from Williamsburg, Virginia. Peter, last time you were on with us, you shared that the U.S. could become uninvestable. We're going to get to an update from you on that in just a minute. First, though, to today, you argue that what the president is doing to goods is what he's already done when it comes to labor. What exactly do you mean by that?
Sure. So if we watch the mobility of labor, goods, and services, and capital for that matter, they're all confidence dependent. And so it's not at all surprising to see the same isolationist and same desire to exclude from abroad in the same way we've seen with immigration policy that we're now seeing with trade policy. These, to me, are two of the same elements of the same behavioral response.
Peter, what's your take on what's going on in the government? It's kind of fascinating that so many economists, so many observers say, listen, tariffs don't work. It's not going to juice the economy. It's not going to bring everything back home. Is there something we're missing in terms of this analysis that maybe there is some component to what the president is doing is right?
So I think that what we're seeing is a president who is bent on an isolationist strategy. You can see that in the geopolitical negotiations that have gone on in diplomacy. This to me is very consistent.
Consistent yet still shocking to the markets. This was not priced in.
No, it wasn't. And to me, one of the things we know about tariffs is they are highly abstract to everyone, particularly because in our generations, we haven't seen them. And so that enables us to fantasize. And what I think happened yesterday is no different from what we saw on March 11th, 2020 with COVID when Tom Hanks got it. Last night, tariffs got real. They got very real. And I think that list and all of those percentages sent everybody to a point where the only conclusion that they could make was prices are going to go up.
But do you see that? I mean, look, we heard from, gosh, I think it was the Commerce Secretary earlier on Bloomberg TV, and forgive me if I don't get this exactly right because I heard a lot of different administration officials in the last 24 hours or so coming out to talk about these. But he said the president was elected to be president of the U.S., not president of the world, whereas previous presidents had been president to the entire world. This is an American first president. He talked about tariffs during his campaign, and he's making good on that promise right now. Is there a chance, in your view, that this could indeed make America stronger in the long run?
It could, but the period of pain between now and then is extreme. And more than that, Tim, it would require that business investment be certain that this is it, that this is what it will be. And one of the challenges that we've already seen is that that is not the game book that this president chooses to draw from. And so, yes, you could move in this direction, but business investment must be certain that 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 10 years from now, that is the end goal.
I don't know. Do you have an ability at this point, Peter, to like fast forward, I don't know whether it's a year, 2 years, and get a better feel of like kind of where we might be, or is that just hard to even predict?
No, what I don't think it's hard to project.
Okay.
If confidence continues to fall, we will continue to see what we've seen over the past 24 hours, which is countries being much more vocal. You all ran 2 articles in the last 24 hours, one citing China, one citing President Macron from France, encouraging others not to invest here. That comes on the heels of other national leaders telling their citizens to be cautious traveling here. And this, to me, is a very troubling trend. And the fact that we have countries suggesting today, urging their businesses not to invest here, is deeply something that this administration should be concerned about.
Go ahead.
You know, one thing I want to think, and I've been totally transparent. Peter knows this. My daughter goes to William and Mary. I've been there. It's, I think, the second oldest university in the school. I think about history all the time that I go there and the creation of America and the foundation, right? And we have starts and stops, and we're still a young nation. And I am curious about how you think about that, Peter, as well, in terms of, you know, did we kind of need to see some of this upheaval politically? Because there are, how often do we talk to you about so many people who feel left behind in today's society, who aren't a part of the investing world, or, you know, have a lot of upbeat thoughts about their outlook. So I just wonder, how do you piece this into our history?
So I walk through Colonial Williamsburg every morning, and we are preparing here for, you know, the nation's, you know, 225th anniversary. So there's a lot going on, but we also know that we go through periods of globalism, periods of nationalism, of unity and division. And I cannot emphasize enough, Carol, that we spend so much time focused left and right, where the attention needs to be is up and down. And to your point, there needs to be much more attention around how do we boost the confidence of those at the bottom? And candidly, I didn't see that in last night's announcements.
And that's what
I don't see the pathway.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So how does this really help those who have been left behind? And what you're telling me is you don't see it, right?
Not until businesses are certain that they have a clear path for investing in this new future.
Peter, last time you were on with us a couple weeks ago, you I think surprised a lot of people by saying that you were concerned that the U.S. could become uninvestable. Are you putting your money where your mouth is? Are you making changes to your own portfolio? Are you recommending that people make changes to their portfolios geographically? What's going on?
Yeah, I have personally. I think investors need to appreciate that the United States is one place to invest. And as I appealed on the last segment we did, I think the administration needs to be much more sensitive to the vulnerability that they are creating. We feel it now with those abroad. And what I worry about is what happens when those here conclude that the United States itself is not investable as a place as an American. I don't wish for it. It troubles me deeply to say that, but we need to create a sense of certainty and control for investors in this market. And that is fundamentally lacking at the moment.
So I am curious, if the president came out and said, that's it, I'm done, this is it for tariffs, would that be a helpful thing?
It would be helpful. It would be a beginning. But as we all know, when you break trust, it takes time to heal and to rebuild. And so it would require this administration to be very consistent and very thoughtful for a considerable period of time before it will be trusted.
So what do you recommend? And look, you can feel free to give investment advice. I don't want to put you on the spot necessarily like that, but what would you suggest investors do to weather out a storm such as this?
So I'm very focused on confidence diversification. Investors should own a mix of things that they love, that they hate, that what diversifies a portfolio isn't geography as an industry, it's where sentiment is vastly different. And so I think investors need to look at their portfolio to see how broad a mix of mood do they own. And I know that coming into this election and in Inauguration Day, Americans owned a lot of fabulous things that were all hot at the same time. When we look at the Mag 7, the pie was, each piece was steaming hot. And that is both a wonderful thing when it's going up, but it is a challenge when it all starts to go down.
Peter, just 20, 25 seconds. S&P now down almost 12%. So is it bear market?
From highs, from highs.
From its high.
Thank you. I don't have a screen in front of me.
Not today.
Sorry, didn't mean to give you a heart attack. But so, right, from its highs. So headed to a bear market. Can you make that bet right now? Just quickly.
I think that we still have further to go. I always look at how extreme was sentiment at the top before it.
Yeah.
And when I look at meme coins and a lot of the things that people were most excited about,
right,
I don't yet see a sense of capitulation.
All right. Always enjoy our time with you. Peter, thank you so much. Peter Atwater, he's president of Financial Insights, adjunct professor of economics at William & Mary. His book, The Confidence Map. Check it out. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stock bulls bail. Lows of the day. Just about the lows right now. Right to the numbers. Steep losses for the U.S. equity market with the S&P now down 255 points. That is a drop of 4.5%. It brings the year-to-date loss on the S&P to 7.9%. NASDAQ is down 986 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop of 5.6%. Year-to-date, NASDAQ is now down by 14%. The Dow down 1,566 points. For the Dow, a drop now of 3.7%. The America First trade unraveling in the sweeping turmoil in global markets. Stocks exposed to the U.S. economy sinking alongside the dollar. The 10-year 4.04%, the 2-year 3.71%. Gold down 0.8%. 31.10 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude plunging 6.9%, 66.73 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 4.4%, 81,912. As for the market outlook, given the tariff backdrop, Seema Shah is Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management.
I think certainly in the near term, it's very difficult to see risk assets doing particularly well. Most analysts are holding back from producing downward revisions to the forecast, but that is clearly underway.
Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management. Bottom line here, down day. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all slumping. Apple down by 9.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, the stocks of industrial behemoths are falling as tariff risks may hurt companies that are heavily exposed to the global supply chain. Just a handful here, highlighted by our team at Bloomberg News. Shares of Caterpillar falling as much as 8.7%, Dover by 9.4%, GE down by 6.5%. This at their lows of the session, still not far from there as we speak. Here's U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick earlier on Bloomberg TV commenting on manufacturing.
What CEOs are thinking about is finally, let's think about building in America. You've got almost $5 trillion of commitments coming to America to build their factories. That number's only going to grow as people realize it's time to bring manufacturing home to America, where the greatest economy and the greatest market is in the world. You're going to see great growth from America.
Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary, earlier on at Bloomberg TV. Brooke Sutherland follows the money, supply chains, and more. She's Bloomberg News Boston Bureau Chief, and she's the writer of the Bloomberg Industrial Strength newsletter. She joins us from Boston. Brooke, you recently wrote, before these tariff announcements, about investments in the U.S. from companies such as Schneider Electric, GE Aerospace, GE Vernova, Eaton Corp, ABB. I mean, we're talking large sums of money. In your view, based on your reporting, are they spending money, or were they spending money because of these tariffs?
No, it was really in spite of the tariffs. And when you talk about some of the companies that are on that list, Schneider Electric, Eaton, they're really benefiting from this AI-driven data center boom that we've seen because they make electrical equipment, and you need quite a lot of that in data centers. GE Aerospace is, really trying to capitalize on growing demand for airplanes coming out of the pandemic. So a lot of what we have seen is companies investing in the U.S. because the U.S. was growing in their particular markets, and they needed more capacity here to meet that demand. What we have not seen a lot of is companies uprooting factories from other parts of the world or investing in the U.S. at the expense of their operations elsewhere. What most manufacturers did in the wake of Trump's first trade war was have sort of a China plus one strategy. So they kept their manufacturing operations in China, but they primarily relied on that for basically anywhere in the world besides the U.S. And then they had a different sort of base of manufacturing to support the U.S. For a lot of companies, that meant places like Mexico predominantly, or also in some cases Vietnam, Cambodia, different places like that. And so I think why you're seeing such a severe reaction today is the industrial supply chain is just not built for a world in which you have such high trade barriers all around the globe.
I mean, right, you've covered this space, you cover companies. I mean, that's how it works. A company's going to make an investment in another country if that market is growing, if it makes business sense, correct?
Right, exactly. And, I
there's a comment that always comes back to me time and time again, and it was from Caterpillar during Trump's first trade war, where they talked about, China wouldn't be happy if we were trying to build, excavators in the U.S. and shipping them to China. China wants them to build their excavators there. And so that does kind of create a natural pressure between some of these political goals and just the, economic realities of how these companies operate. I think the other big question that people are not talking about as much is, even if you believe that, these tariffs will inspire some sort of manufacturing revival, however long that's going to take out, who's going to work in these factories? Because if you talk to manufacturing CEOs, they will tell you that they still have an incredibly challenging time finding workers. And a number of CEOs have said the reason why they invested in Mexico rather than the United States is because it's easier to get labor there.
Brooke, I know Carol wants to jump in here, but is that an issue of training? Is it an issue of wages? What is the issue with the American workforce?
I think the biggest issue is cultural, honestly. I think this country has really prioritized four-year education as sort of the gold standard, and we have not invested in or promoted technical schools in the same way that countries in Europe have. And there's been various different efforts, in Congress to sort of think about, expanding Pell Grant programs or other types of initiatives to solve for this, but they've never really gone anywhere. And, you've seen manufacturers really get creative coming out of the pandemic. I've written about companies who have experimented with flexible schedules, companies who have built daycare facilities on site, companies who have adjusted some of their drug testing policies, companies who are, investing in second chance hiring to, tap into that labor pool of people with criminal records. And so, they're really trying everything and anything to build up this pipeline. But the biggest issue is just convincing people that manufacturing is a good career.
Hey, you know what's kind of wild? All right, so the U.S. is the largest economy in the world. The second largest economy, go figure, China, having the same problem. I don't know if you saw this story, but tens of millions of positions in fields like manufacturing, IT, and healthcare going unfilled this year due to a lack of qualified candidates in China. And so President Xi and other Chinese officials are urging young people to attend vocational schools instead of pursuing a college degree. They want kids to study manufacturing to fill those factory jobs. So it's a global problem. It's a global issue.
It is. It definitely is. I will say, China and most other countries have higher rates of robot presence in factories versus the U.S. And so, what might end up happening is if you do see, this migration of factory work back to the U.S., much of it will need to be heavily automated, which sort of raises the question, what are we trying to achieve here?
So many questions. Listen, Brooke, so glad we could touch base with you. Brooke Sutherland, she is Bloomberg News Boston Bureau Chief, but has been writing about the industrial space for a long, long time. She is also writer of the Bloomberg Industrial Strength newsletter. Highly recommend you check it out on the Bloomberg.
Well, the view of industrials and the money from Brooke. Let's dig into one specific part of manufacturing, and that's autos, because just hours after taking effect, President Trump's 25% tariffs on imported cars are already reverberating around the globe. Check out this list. Stellantis, the maker of Jeeps, plans to temporarily halt some production in Canada and Mexico. Ford began offering steep discounts to keep customers coming to showrooms. GM plans to boost U.S. pickup truck output. Volkswagen warned dealers that it will tack on imported fees to the vehicles it ships to the U.S. And Toyota is cutting overtime at a factory in Mexico. Following it all is Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence global autos and research analyst. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Contextualize this moment for us. How big of a deal, when you look at the history of auto manufacturing across the globe, are these tariffs?
Look, the global supply chain really started getting built, started expanding, started diversifying, actually back in the 1960s, 1965 to be exact. I don't know if you remember, maybe not, before even my time. In 1965, there was this thing called the Auto Pact. This is just between the U.S. and Canada, and it was a free trade agreement between the two. And that's got the supply chain diversified, expanded, included Mexico with NAFTA, and now the USMCA. So it took decades to get there. So to kind of go back to where it was, to bring back manufacturing, it's not a switch you just turn on. It's going to take, if not years, probably a few decades to get there.
Why did it become a global supply chain? Why wasn't it just the U.S. saying, we'll just make it all here?
Well, I can understand Trump's concept. I think what he's thinking is that, hey, look, we got examples now where Tesla, Rivian is able to build these cars, especially Tesla. They'll build these cars quite competitively in the U.S. Well, why can't all you folks do the same thing, right? And what got Tesla there is really through manufacturing innovation, right? You know, we talked about before humanoid robots. That's where we're moving to, right? These innovation to actually cut costs in manufacturing in the U.S. And I think, I don't know if we can put it this way, it's more like a drug for a lot of the legacy automakers where they are really dependent on these low-cost countries, and maybe they forgot to innovate, right? So maybe, you know, maybe that's the concept Trump and the administration is thinking. No, the question is, are they able to execute on it? Will it work?
There are obviously some very historic moments in the history of automakers in the United States. We think about Henry Ford and, you know, the way that he changed manufacturing,
the assembly line, right?
Like that was a very big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal.
Japan entering the U.S. auto market.
Right.
That was a very big deal.
Yeah.
The electrification of autos, a very big deal.
Yes.
Is this on that level?
Well, it is. It's going back to the level of where U.S. needs to lead in manufacturing and innovation and product innovation. Look, the Japanese really...
Do we need to lead in manufacturing?
You do.
Okay.
You do. The more manufacturing you do, it helps actually innovate the product as well, right? Look at China. Auto industry is a good example. Look at China, right? They actually were really dependent on the U.S., all the joint ventures with the U.S., with the European automakers. Over the past 20 years to 2 decades, they got to where they're at today. BYD leading the industry globally is because through manufacturing, they learned how to make a car. They learned how to make a car more efficient. They learned how to make a car cheaper, and that's how they got there. Look, talking a little bit about history, Japanese really didn't get to where they're at today without Henry Ford. This is now even before 1965. You know, before Toyota developed the Toyota production system, they actually came to Detroit and learned from Henry Ford. Then they went back and revised and developed their own Toyota production system, and they got where they're at today. Because, you know, even it's not just China, right? Toyota still imports a lot of vehicles into the U.S. Germans still do,
right?
So you know, they've been innovating. They've been able to refine that process to where they're at today.
So sophisticated manufacturing might make sense for what for the U.S. to spend some time on it. Just real quickly. Okay. Good to check in with you, Steve. Thank you so much. Steve Mann, Bloomberg Intelligence, Global Autos and Research Analyst. Just want to point out, Stellantis shares down more than 9%. You've got Ford down about 5%, General Motors down about 4%, and Tesla, folks, down about 6% at this hour. Got about 26 minutes to go. Coming up, someone who's been in the markets for a long time.
And we're seeing some selling. We're at our worst levels of the day on the S&P 500, down 4.7%. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are just about at the lows of the day as the America First trade unravels. Let us head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Lots going on. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are plunging in the wake of the tariffs. The Dow's currently down 1,600 points. S&P's dropped 4.7%, and NASDAQ is down 1,000 points. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.05%. Gold and oil are in the red, and Bitcoin, that's down by 4.2%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only staples were in the green. Energy and tech were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH and J&J. Well, Nike fell 14% and led to the downside. After earnings, RH plunged 40%. And in the chip space, Intel spiked intraday on a report they have agreed to form a joint venture with Taiwan Semi. In deal news, the Capital One deal for Discover has cleared an important DOJ hurdle. And wrapping things up in the wake of today's sell-off, traders see a 50% chance of a fourth rate cut this year. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And year to date, we do have the S&P 500 index. Again, YTD, it is down by 8.06%. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAK, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, keeping an eye on what's going on in the U.S. equity market, Carol. We're close to our lows of the day on the S&P 500.
Yes, indeed. We are near our lows of the session. So we are seeing a leg down here. And, this is going to be interesting to see what we see into the close. We don't have a lot to go. Let's see what our next guest has to say. Joining us right now is, of course,
Mace McCain.
I
see him right there.
Forgive me. I'm like looking at something. It's coming fast and furious.
Well, I know you're also, I just want to say you're also got this eye on this, on the terminal on this story by Vildana Heinrich about JP Morgan says levered ETFs are set to sell billions into the close. So we got our eye on what's happening in the next couple of minutes in equity markets. In the meantime, I do want to bring in Mace McCain. He's president, managing director, chief investment officer at Frost Advisors, about $5.1 billion in assets under management. Mace joins us from San Antonio, Texas. Mace, you've been doing this for a few decades. You've seen ups and downs. Are you getting calls from clients today?
Yes, we are, of course. They're wanting to get updated on the tariffs and announcements and the repercussions, and so we've been very busy talking to clients.
What are you telling them?
We're telling them that to try to put it in perspective. That's the main thing we're trying to do, and we're talking about if you look at the impact of the tariffs, they're about 2.6% of GDP. So we're talking about a tax or an increase in costs to the GDP in the United States, about 2.6 based on the last 12 months of imports.
Okay, so are you making changes to asset allocation, to portfolio construction? Are you buying? Are you selling? What are you doing today?
Well, I think we're feeling a lot more comfortable in mid-cap today.
Okay.
Looking at the stocks that have less exposure to international, we're looking at what happens if there are reciprocal tariffs that we see from other countries. We're more comfortable with mid caps, which have less exposure to international sales. We think that the large multinationals are probably most exposed. Companies like Nike, which got hit badly today.
Yeah, Nike's certainly one we've been talking about throughout the session. Are you making any big changes in terms of how you're constructing portfolios? I know you said you're comfortable with mid caps, but are you selling U.S. and going outside of the U.S.? Are you doing anything today like that?
There's been a big trade this last quarter. Lots of money has flown out of the United States and mostly into Europe. That's a trade that we're not real confident in. We've seen a decline in the dollar. No, we're really not. If you look at the surprise statistics, economic surprise statistics on Germany and revisions. Everything is still going down. They've announced government deficit spending into defense mostly, but they've got serious problems still in Germany with energy costs, which aren't being abated, and so no, we're not following the trade into Europe. That's something that we think is going to be short-lived.
Are you more bullish on the U.S. then?
Longer term, I mean, if you look at productivity growth and the money coming in the United States and capital spending, we're also early adopters in the United States of new technologies. All those things are very bullish. Now, of course, this trade tariff situation is certainly putting a stopper on it. We're looking at the second quarter is going to be affected, I think, pretty seriously. If we are looking at a 2.6% increase in costs in the United States, that's going to take a lot out of the growth in the second quarter. So that gives us pause. But we're still looking at the longer term in productivity growth and capital investment in the United States, which is leading the world. All that looks very positive, but certainly there's huge uncertainty in the short term.
Mace, how lousy is this? I mean, come on. You've seen so many market cycles. I've seen a bunch. So has Tim. I do believe, just like our Eric Weiner, who follows the markets here too and has seen a lot of cycles, it does feel orderly. I don't feel like every time I feel like we get to a lower
Unless you're
level.
RH's CEO.
Unless you're RH's CEO, you do see, we've seen some rallies off of some of the low points today. But is it just tariffs? Was it the fundamentals also falling apart? Or is it something that if the president changed his mind tomorrow or in a week, that we could be talking about a very different market environment?
I think that two or three things that we're watching. One is, of course, we think there's going to be very intense trade negotiations. Now, you look at the number of countries and you say, how quickly can it happen? But if you isolate where the big numbers are, it's 5, 6, 8 countries, and plus the EU you need to negotiate with. So if negotiations happen quickly, I think that we could see positive returns on that. So that's one of the things we're going to be watching. The other thing is, we're going to be very intensely focused on how much this affects GDP and inflation expectations for the second quarter and growth estimates. So, but you're also probably in a situation the Fed's going to be more aggressive. So I don't want to get overwhelmingly negative if we think the Fed's going to be cutting maybe 100 basis points in the next year. Sentiment is very, very negative today. And so those are the places that you don't always want to sell into when sentiment is this negative.
I just want to point out the VIX is up more than 7. We're at 29 change. We're not at 40 though. So, I feel like everything, we always talk about Bloomberg context, right? I mean, it could be worse.
Yes, it could. I do think that, the volatility is going to be very high in the short term. Because we could see announcements, reprisals. We could see other people say they're going to put tariffs back, and that's going to raise the worst fears. And so I do think volatility can stay high, especially in the short term. But if you look at the longer term, I'm not nearly as worried. Though you have to raise recession risk. Recession risk, is sitting at about 30% risk on the Bloomberg survey. If that was updated today, we're probably at 50% risk, and that would give you greater downside. So we are going to stay at an elevated risk level. I think the VIX is right, and it's going to take a lot of work out of this, but there's going to be announcements on both sides.
We only have 30 seconds left, Mace. We're at the lowest level on the S&P 500 since August 12th of 2024. So we're taking a time machine back to the summer right now. Is this a buying opportunity for the S&P 500?
Aren't you the optimist? Tim Stenivek.
Actually, I'm also in that camp. If you can really put up with the vol, there's many people that can't put up with this kind of vol. But if you look at where we're going to be in 12 or 18 months, I think absolutely it's a place. Unless you're in the recession camp, you're in the recession camp. We got more downside. We're not there yet. We're not in the recession camp, but I understand.
But you could get there. It sounds like you could get there.
We could. We always look at the probabilities. It's not an on-off switch. It's is it 30%? Is it 50? Is it 60? Right now we're below 50, so we're not in the recession yet today.
Well, we're at our lows of the session, Carol.
Yeah, I know.
We're seeing selling into the close.
But you see that bounce, like it's just like we try, or at least investors try. Mason McCain, Chief Investment Officer, Frost Investment Advisors, $5.1 billion in AUM, joining us from Texas. The close, about 10 minutes away.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenovec. We're not at our worst levels of the session, Carol Masser, but we're still down 4.73% on the S&P 500. I got a little secret internal function that I can use here at Bloomberg because I work here.
You don't only have it. We all have it.
Only if you work here.
That's true.
All right. This is the worst single day going back to June 11th, 2020 for the S&P 500.
So in under a year.
June 11th, 2020.
Oh, 2020. I thought you said 2024. Okay.
We're talking post-pandemic.
Yeah.
And look, that was off the bottom
Yeah.
of 2020 lows, which were in March, I believe. But still, a day such as today, we haven't seen on the S&P 500 in close to 5 years.
Yeah, and I guess I would just go, it's interesting if I look at the charts and if you bring up the major equity averages, S&P Dow and NASDAQ 100, at least that I kind of watch religiously. I haven't looked at small caps in a while, and we should probably do that because that's always a good indicator, certainly. Small business is so important to the U.S. economy, but it's been not just a chart that has gone straight down from the open. However, the overall trend line is lower, but we lost some ground. Then we rallied just before noon, and then once again took another leg down, tried to rally again, but hitting lower highs. And so it's certainly been a struggle for investors. And I think what we keep hearing consistently from our guests who look at it from an economic perspective, a business perspective, a market perspective, is that you need certainty, you need clarity. You need to know from the White House this is it, that nothing's going to change, or that possibly could change where it is easier on companies and global trade. But at this point, this is it. And so companies have to figure their way through it.
I'm going to give you a pop quiz, Carol. What do Waste Management, AT&T, Marsh & McLennan, McKesson, Kroger, Coca-Cola all have in common?
They're up today.
52-week highs today.
Yeah.
These are a handful of the 34 companies in the S&P 500 that have hit 52-week highs today.
Well, consumer staples, investors are looking into safe places. So a name like Coca-Cola, that's one of my gainers today. Kroger's is another one. Philip Morris, right? These are names that are considered staples. People buy it no matter what. There's certain things you do in a recession. You got to feed the family.
You got to use energy. Duke Energy.
You got to use energy. There are certain things you are going to do. There are certain discretionary things. Certainly the consumer discretionary space is just getting smacked right now. We're going to talk later on to the Wayfair CFO. I mean, that stock is down more than, I think, 24% in today's session. Wow. A lot of their goods come from overseas. We're going to get a better picture of exactly what it means. I'm curious about their supply chain, what it means for consumer sentiment. But discretionary, definitely out today. Staples, that's it.
Hey, one of the most read stories in the last hour, it has to do with Bill Gross, Carol. This is the #2 most read in the last hour.
I saw.
He says that as spiraling tariff worries hammer U.S. stocks, he's urging prospective dip buyers to stay on the sidelines. He said this is a deep market event with little resolution in sight. Here's what he said in an email, quote, "Investors should not try to catch a falling knife. This is an epic economic and market event similar to 1971 in the end of the gold standard, except with immediate negative consequences."
Here's another story that I think is super interesting. Natalia Kanivijovic talking about Goldman's trading desk, excuse me. She has said, seen a level of activity.
You need water? Here's your water.
No, but this is crazy. Yeah, sorry, a little joking. Seen a level of activity on today that's practically unheard of, apart from stock market rebalancing days as clients dumped equities after President Trump's.
Take a break. Carol Massar,
sorry.
She takes this coverage very seriously. She gets a little choked up on days where we see volume such as this.
Busiest day for the desk since the emergence of Chinese AI
Did
startup
you see volume?
DeepSeek rattled global markets in late January. This is according to a Goldman partner and trading specialist.
The volume is up 72% on the S&P 500 today.
Yeah. So
72% above the traditional volume over the last 20 days.
Wow. It's crazy. But again, it could be worse. And the VIX could be at 40, and it's not.
It could be worse.
I know, you keep making
Carol
fun
Massar,
of me.
it could be worse. No, you're right. And look, we do have, some stocks making 52-week highs today.
All right, over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts now.
Starts right now.
The closing bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Teal, taking you to those closing bells. A global simulcast starts now. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, join us from the radio booth. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership on YouTube, as we watch right now what is setting up to be the worst day for U.S. equity markets since at least the onset of the pandemic.
Yeah, that's pretty significant, right? We haven't seen this kind of trade. It's interesting. We were talking with our Eric Weiner, who's been following the markets here for us at Bloomberg, saying it's been orderly selling, though, and you have seen the market kind of try to rally off those lows. We are, though, hovering near our lows of the session. A tortured trade where you see just so many names and so many sectors just in the red today.
Okay, fair to say the overwhelming tone is absolutely negative. More than 400 stocks in the S&P 500 lower. That said, there are still 34 companies in the S&P 500 alone, Alex, that have hit 52-week highs today. We're talking about companies such as Kroger, Coca-Cola, Duke Energy, and more.
Well, yeah, because that's where you go for safety. They got dividends, they're consumer staples, and you got to buy toilet paper. So, I mean, you look at it that way, and
Monster Energy.
That's not
You gotta
necessarily you got to turn on your lights. But that's not necessarily a good feeling within the market
Right.
when those are the stocks that are the only ones that are really pushing higher.
And we should point out, I mean, the defensive nature of what we're seeing today is alive and well, and you saw that by some of the names, of course, that Tim was pointing out. You saw it, of course, with regard to that huge drop in yields. I mean, we're talking about 16 basis points down on that 2-year yield. The flight into some other safe havens, including the yen, as well as some of those hedges, those traditional hedges, like metals as well. Almost nothing was spared here on this Thursday afternoon, the first full day of trading once we learned about the new U.S. tariff regime. In S&P 500, it is going to close the day lower by about 4.8%. That's the worst day for the index going back to June of 2020. It pushes the S&P 500 back into correction territory, down 12% from its all-time high. 53.96 and change is where it settles on the day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost more than 1,600 points on the day, taking it down by 4% on the day. The NASDAQ Composite down 1,000 points or 6%. The NASDAQ 100 down 1,000 points or 5.4%. The Russell 2000 down more than 100 points or 7%. S&P 400 mid caps down 7%. Dow Transports down 9%. And I know, Alex, you like to look at the equal weighted index.
I do.
That was an underperformer relative to the S&P, down 4.8%.
Not just tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, just across the board. Unbelievable. I don't even know that I should even mention how many are down in the S&P, but I'll go there. You got 407 names losing ground. You do have 95 names, to mention some hitting 52-week highs in the S&P, but 95 names, Alex, higher in the S&P 500.
Yep, taking a look at that IMAP function really crystallizes the move that we're seeing within the equity market today. All sectors in the red except for consumer staples, as we just talked about. Those are the only gainers, some hitting 52-week highs. But energy, tech, discretionary, and industrials and financials all getting hit extraordinarily hard. I mean, energy sector's off by over 7%.
And just to add to those superlatives, the KBW Bank Index down 10%, the biggest drop going back to March of 2023. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, Carol and Tim, had their worst day since March of 2020, down 9.9%.
Yep, dollar wiping all of its gains out since the president's win on November 5th, that election win. So yeah, a lot of superlatives, no doubt about it, on this Thursday. I actually found some gainers, guys, and let's go to it. We were talking about certainly the consumer staples area, which was an outperformer easily, the group overall. Coca-Cola among that list, up 2.6% here in today's session. So that was gaining. Another consumer staples, Philip Morris, that one was up just shy of 4% here at the close. And then actually some fundamental reasons, or at least something that could possibly change maybe the outlook for Intel. This went up at its highs, almost 9% today, finishing with about a 2% gain at the close. The information coming out and reported that the company tentatively agreed to a chip-making joint venture with TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. Bloomberg News, you might remember, back in February, reported that the companies were talking about the idea at the request of the Trump administration. And then this one, the number one gainer in the S&P 500, French fries. Yep, gotta love it. Lamb Weston Holdings up 10% here at the close. The company came out and it posted fiscal third quarter results, topped estimates, and the management hired a consulting firm to look for cost savings. So even in a sell-off, guys, fundamentals still do matter.
And can I just add an honorable mention to there? And it's actually on a country basis.
Please.
Actually, the Mexico's main benchmark index actually had staged a pretty decent rally earlier in the day. It ended up flat on the day, and you actually saw some indices in Canada rally, largely because of the fact that they did not get the worst of those reciprocal tariffs, if you will, that Trump laid out yesterday.
All right, well, let's go to some of the decliners. I had the easy job today. And in fact, there were so many decliners, I went with an entire index. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Total Return Index falling today by 6.7%. Its worst day in more than 3 years. Everything in there in the red. Apple down more than 9%. Amazon and Meta platforms down 9%. NVIDIA down close to 8%, Tesla down 5.5%, Alphabet down 4%, Microsoft down 2.4%. All the biggest weights on the major indices and all among the most actively traded stocks today. Also, did want to focus on retail today because we saw some deep moves there. Nike falling by 14.4%. In fact, it's now trading at the lowest level going all the way back to 2017. It was among the U.S. and European sneaker clothing and jewelry makers that plunged amid this shock to supply chains. Vietnam is the issue for Nike. It's the largest supplier of footwear for Nike today. Half of Nike brand shoes are made in Vietnam. Nike also faces additional challenges because it's so dominant in the US, which is the world's biggest single sports market. And finally, another retailer, RH, plunging. The worst day ever. The parent company of Restoration Hardware, they plunged as much as 45%, a record decline. This after the annual revenue growth forecast trailed Wall Street expectations. Fourth quarter sales and profit also missed the average analyst estimate. Trading now at levels last seen in 2020. Shares falling today by more than 40%.
Well, where do you go? You go to Lamb Weston, and you also go to the bond market. It was the front end that really outperformed here. The 2-year yield at one point was down by about 17 basis points. It fell the most since August of 2024, and we're now at the lowest level since October, so before the election. But overall, guys, we're looking at a 21 basis point move to the downside for the 2-year in just these 4 days alone, not even taking into account what we're going to see tomorrow with the jobs number.
It was interesting, too, if you were looking for any bright spots. I mean, you saw a lot of healthcare stocks move higher. Of course, again, that defensive trade, in fact, that managed healthcare index, the one that tracks the ones in the S&P, had a really good day. And it gets to that question as to if you do want to stay invested, you want to keep that money there, where do you go? I mean, is there a safe spot out there right now other than, consumer staples and healthcare?
I don't know. It's a good question, right? And I also do wonder if you do move that money at this point, with what certainty or what will it take for you to get more actively back into the market at some point? Certainly, again, you go back to so much coming out of the White House, so much coming out of Washington, and we know that this stuff can change. And so when do you believe that, okay, this is the policy, this is what stays in place? And I think that's what's going to continue to make it tricky, certainly for investors and businesses.
Can I just add, though, too, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just on the consumer staples front, because I think a lot of people were flocking there. You saw the rally in Pepsi and some of those names, but then you had the CEO of ConAgra, who was talking a little bit earlier today, who really talked about how he's concerned. He said right now they're not being hurt. Right now they don't have to make a lot of changes, but he basically said that, once the dust starts to settle here, things may not look good. And he actually talked about this idea of not really being able to give firmer guidance. And that might be the story of this earnings season, which really kicks off in just about 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, we'll certainly look forward to hearing from the executives of those companies and certainly the commentary from the banks about how consumers are doing. In the meantime, Romaine, your question about where actually to invest your money is a question we've been posing to our guests throughout the day. We did speak to Mace McCain over at Frost Advisors, who's actually not buying the trade of going to Europe right now. He thinks that's going to end very soon, and it's going to end poorly. He's sticking with U.S. companies, but mid-caps because they have less exposure to international markets. He's still bullish on the U.S. in the long run.
But does that take into account economic slowdown, though?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's staying invested right now. Yeah. He's getting a lot of calls from clients. They're obviously very concerned. They want explanations of what's happening to the market, but he's staying invested.
Well, here's my thing, too. In the short term, though, I wonder if we're going to see a lot more downside in that when you have volatility spikes like this, guys, and we're up to nearly 30 for the VIX, you have funds that rebalance, whether you're looking at ETFs or ETNs or whether you're looking at, say, CTAs, commodity trading advisors, or you're looking at volatility funds. They have to rebalance when volatility spikes, and they have to sell stocks. That's not a long-term call, right? But that churn could continue through the next couple of days as they're forced to kind of rebalance here.
Actually, we put that question to Peter Atwater over at William & Mary. He's worked on Wall Street. He's now in academia, runs his own investment firm as well. And we said, especially with the S&P 500 from peak to trough, down more than 10%, was it? Almost 12%. So was this a bear market? Could it go lower? And his expectation was that, he thought things could actually go lower from here. So I think that's a really good point. Have we bottomed out? And that's the question. All right. ... Well done. That's a wrap. Across platform, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. A lot going on, a lot of superlatives on this Thursday. We'll see what the Friday jobs report and the Friday trade brings us. All right, that's a wrap. We'll see you guys, same place, same time tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week on what is the worst day for the S&P 500 going all the way back to 2020. Worth taking another look at these numbers. The S&P 500 closing down by 4.84%. The NASDAQ falling by 6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average by 4% to the downside. We also saw volume way higher today than typical over the last 20 days, up 50%, Carol, on the S&P 500. Superlatives abound.
Yeah, absolutely. Romain doing a great job of just kind of going through it. Tracy McMillan is head of global asset allocation strategy at the Wells Fargo Investment Institute. She joins us from North Carolina. Tracy, gut reaction initially on what we saw today?
Yeah, it was definitely a tough day for the markets. And, you know, what was announced last night in terms of the tariff policy was much more aggressive than I think most investors were expecting. And so there's been this repricing that is happening today. And it relates to the uncertainty around tariffs. And it really does tell us that markets were not prepared for what they heard last night.
So are they now priced?
I mean, I don't think anyone was prepared.
Well, I think
we didn't even know what the equation was going to be. We didn't know what reciprocal meant.
To be fair, and our Josh Wingrove reported that the president was meeting with his advisors like down to the wire to kind of exactly figure out, I think, what they were going to do and what they were going to put out. So, Tracy, is the market now priced for these tariffs, or what is the market now priced for?
Yeah, so we're getting to the point where they are priced much more accordingly to what we saw last night. But I'm still not certain that markets are taking those numbers entirely seriously as the final numbers. What we saw was that the numbers that we got yesterday are probably an opening salvo. They do give countries the ability to negotiate a lot of different levers. And because they were calculated as they were very broad, they looked at multiple factors that were impeding exports from the United States getting into those other countries. Things like currency manipulation, VAT regulations, all of these are areas where those countries can negotiate and may be able to bring those tariff levels down.
Look, to be fair, the president sort of said as much. He made some very brief comments on his way from the White House to Air Force One, before he got on Marine One, I should note. He said the world is looking for ways to make a deal. Does that, to you, Tracy, tell you that these numbers could change very quickly? Because I don't know what type of deal he's looking for.
Yeah, and I don't know that our trading partners know what type of deal, nor do market participants. So when you ask the question about whether or not markets are fully priced for what's ahead, that's a difficult question to answer because we don't know exactly what is ahead. We don't know exactly what it's going to take to get those tariffs to a level that companies can manage around and that our trading partners would be satisfied with.
So what do you tell your investors right now? What's the advice, or your advisors? What do you tell them?
Yeah, so what we're telling them is to remain diversified. Diversification has really worked well for portfolios so far this year.
What's diversification in this environment to you? Is it, yeah, I'm curious how that looks.
Yeah, it's across multiple fronts. So we want diversification across asset groups, exposure to fixed income, exposure to alternatives, exposure to real assets like commodities. And within each of those asset groups, we want diversification across international and U.S., favoring the U.S. still. And within equities, we want diversification across various sectors.
Has your view on opportunities globally shifted significantly in the past couple of weeks? Are you jumping on this global equity trade?
No, we aren't really jumping on the global equity trade, although we are encouraged to see some of the news out of Europe, the news in particular with Germany adding to our adding to their fiscal policy, adding to their defense spending across the Eurozone. We think those are definitely positive developments. But we remain neutral developed markets and we remain underweight emerging markets, still believing that quality is going to be the winner in an environment like this. And U.S. has the highest quality investments.
All right, I'm getting a message from a viewer listener right now who's curious about what would break this idea of buying the dip.
Yeah, so I think that what we would need to see is some more negative news in the hard data. So far, we've seen negative sentiment news, but we would need to see negative news in the hard data. And we'd also need to see corporations pulling back on their earnings expectations very significantly. Right now, we do still have a 12% earnings growth target at the end of the year, but we're adjusting that target as are many on the street right now. But as we go through earnings season this quarter, let's listen to what CEOs and CFOs are telling us. Are they bringing their earnings down to zero or below zero? We don't think that will be the case. We think there'll still be positive earnings. And we still think that markets like this do tend to be good long-term buying opportunities for investors.
You know, I also do wonder, you know, Tracy, is this an environment that investors will feel confident that, let's say, you know, policy changes, and as you said, you know, that maybe what we got from the president last night was just the first round, right, and is looking to negotiate with countries. And so we could see some changes, some different news. If the news becomes less onerous in terms of trade policy, whether it takes a week or two or a month, are investors going to feel comfortable enough to come back into the market? Or are they going to be hesitant to, because we know that we've already seen in the first couple of months of Trump White House that things can change very quickly?
Sure, yeah. So the tariffs that were imposed last night were imposed with the stroke of a pen. They could be reduced with the stroke of a pen, and they could be reversed from there. So this is a new environment that businesses, consumers, investors are all going to have to adapt to. And investors are going to be looking for where they can get the highest return for the amount of risk that they're taking. And we still think that's likely to be in U.S. large caps, U.S. mid caps, where the opportunities are, especially as we see growth picking up toward the end of the year.
Well, I mean, Carol, can you imagine being an executive at one of these companies right now? You're trying to navigate this challenge, figure out, okay, do I need to move my supply chain? Do I actually need to spend significant money in the United States to, is it worth it? Like, is it worth it for me to do it?
Can I even do it?
And then at the stroke of a pen, the president could undo these tariffs?
Yeah, I do think there's a point where
like, that's uncertainty.
Yeah, I think there's a point where you just retrench and you say, you know what, let's just wait to see how this all plays out, how it settles, what truly is the policy that lingers and sticks around. And then we can figure out how we need to operate in that environment. And that has to do with capital expenditures. We've talked about businesses pulling back. It also has to do with hiring, has to do with a lot of things as a company, especially if you're publicly held. You know, every quarter we're going to give you a grade and investors are going to give you a grade. Having said that, Tracy, when you look out at the environment, are you anticipating, for whatever reason, that maybe the second half looks a lot different from the first half of this year?
So we do think the second half looks different. And, you know, what companies need to be doing here is focus on the objectives. And we do know some of the objectives. Some of the objectives are to bring more manufacturing back to the United States, to open up some of the trade barriers with our trading partners. So those are the broad objectives, even though we don't know the details, and the details could definitely be changing. We also know that Congress is working on extending the tax cuts and on deregulation. And those are two policies that are much more positive for markets than the policies that we've seen so far. So yes, we do think that the second half could be a more positive environment than this first half has been.
Tracy McMillian, head of global asset allocation strategy at the Wells Fargo Investment Institute, joining us from North Carolina. Hey, we're going to talk tech in just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and call it the tech rec today. Trademark. I trademarked that.
Things go up, things go down.
Yeah, they do. I've heard that.
All right.
We'll see what Mandeep has to say about that.
We did finish, though, pretty much at our lows of the session for the major equity averages. Should we get over to Charlie Pellet?
Let's get on over to Charlie Pellet. He's been watching everything happening after hours. Hey there, Charlie.
All right, well, if we got Mandeep coming on, let me set you up with Apple, NVIDIA. Both of those move lower today. Couple of bellwethers for Techland. Apple today down 9.25%. NVIDIA today down by 7.8%. Mandeep Singh's going to have a whole lot more on what's going on with tech stocks in just a moment. Bottom line here, steep losses, and let me characterize steep losses for you. Worst day for the S&P 500 since 2020. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down 1.5% today, wiping out all of its gains since Donald Trump won the presidency in November. S&P today down 4.8%, down 274 points. The Dow down 1,679 points today, lower by 4%. NASDAQ down 1,050, a drop today 6% for the NASDAQ Composite Index. Small caps hit especially hard. Russell 2000 Index down 6.6%. 10-year 4.03%. The 2-year 3.70%. Gold down $27 the ounce. 31.08 down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate Crude plunged 7%. 66.69. And Bitcoin today down 4.3%. 81,952. Bottom line here: steep losses for the U.S. equity market. All about trade. All about tariffs. Tracy McMillian is head of global asset allocation strategy at Wells Fargo Bank. A moment ago, right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, she told us still plenty of unknowns about those tariffs.
We don't know exactly what is ahead. We don't know exactly what it's going to take to get those tariffs to a level that companies can manage around and that our trading partners would be satisfied with.
Tracy McMillian of Wells Fargo Bank. And Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook expects slower economic growth this year and stalled progress on lowering inflation due to tariffs and other policy changes. She's making the remarks at the University of Michigan. Recapping here, steep losses for the U.S. equity market with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. S&P today down by 4.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. We heard it from Charlie. Worth repeating, the NASDAQ 100 falling 5.4%. Its worst day going back to 2022. Mega cap tech really getting hit hard today. The Mag 7 index falling 6.7%. Apple, the worst performer in the Mag 7, down by 9.3% today. Meantime, Microsoft pulled back on data center projects around the world. So we got a lot to talk to with Mandeep Singh.
Everything's fine.
Well, I want to say, Mandeep Singh.
You're going to do this, aren't you?
Hold on.
Okay.
Mandeep Singh is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst.
Yes.
As he walked in the studio, Carol said, it could have been worse. Mandeep looks at us and says, today was pretty bad. I think you said COVID-like.
Yeah.
And you said Apple was down.
More than 9%.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you looking at today?
Well, I think this was completely unexpected in terms of the magnitude of tariffs that were imposed. Everyone expected, in the first iteration, it was China 10%, and there will be more in terms of layering on tariffs.
Like targeted, like something different, right?
Because these aren't actually reciprocal, right? These aren't the same tariffs that are put on.
No.
That wasn't the formula the White House used. We talked about that earlier in our program.
Every country is included. So it's not just China, it's Taiwan, it's Vietnam, it's India. Where does Apple take its supply chain? Because when it was trying to, diversify and, go to other countries besides China, it was Vietnam, it was India. So I think for a company like Apple, there is no supply chain diversification.
What about the U.S.? That's what President Trump would want to see. Mark Gurman says it won't happen.
Well, so I think it just creates more uncertainty because a lot of the components that go into Apple's devices Even if you relocate some of the assembly to US first and you gradually build a supply chain, an ecosystem of suppliers here for the assembly, it's going to take years. So if you are an Apple who was looking to diversify the supply chain and had taken steps, like I said, Vietnam, India, suddenly all those measures look futile because, you've got tariffs imposed everywhere. So I think that's a risk here in terms of whether it really changes the plans they had in terms of diversification, and then what do you do here?
No, you're right, because we've been talking certainly with you guys and Mark Gurman about how they've been starting to spread out. But yeah, there's no place to hide.
Yeah.
Could Apple manufacture an Apple phone in the United States anytime soon?
I mean, I think they'll be better off paying the tariffs on the devices. It may still be better because they have that loyalty in terms of brand. There are certain customers that will still buy Apple even if the phone costs twice. Look, the shipments may really decline almost 50-60% in volume if that were to happen. But there are still loyal Apple, followers who will still end up buying the product.
So that's a no. They can't really manufacture it in the U.S.
I don't see that happening, at least in the next 3-4 years.
Of the more than 20 companies that you cover for Bloomberg Intelligence, which one is the most affected by the policies unveiled last night?
I mean, it's clearly Apple. That's the one that's most exposed in terms of tariffs. In terms of, who's most insulated, I would say it's Microsoft, and the stock reaction shows that simply because now is the time to look at what's discretionary versus what's non-discretionary.
And you don't see software from Microsoft being discretionary.
Exactly. I mean, if you are a
got to pay for
business-
Microsoft Word. You got to pay for Outlook.
And look, a lot of the domestic software companies are in a very good position here because if you don't have an international business, there won't be anything retaliatory in terms of governments putting tariffs on U.S. companies' products, or even public boycotting U.S. products, like it's happening with Tesla outside the U.S. So
it's happening inside the U.S.
It's happening inside the U.S. as well. So that's where domestic businesses, if you are especially a software company, I think that's a sweet spot right now, but everything else could get cut.
So NVIDIA down about 8% in today's session. Like, what's your read on that? Is it, again, just the overall malaise? Is it, I don't know.
I mean, semi was exempted from the tariffs, but look at where are NVIDIA's chips going. It's going into the server product on which tariffs are getting imposed, which is why Dell and HPE and all these companies are hit very hard because it's not just the chip that's used to run your compute workload. There are a lot of other components, networking, and that's what makes a big, large cluster. So if you are shipping that end product, you end up paying a tariff. So the NVIDIA's suppliers and buyers and their customers are going to say, our costs have gone up. We just can't buy the same number of chips from NVIDIA.
You also cover software companies such as Uber, Pinterest, Snap.
Yeah.
These companies can be affected if there's a pullback on the way consumers feel.
Yeah.
How are you watching consumer balance sheets, consumer sentiment, and if the price increases on goods can lead to some sort of recessionary or stagflationary outcome?
Yeah, I mean, I go back to my discretionary comment. Right now, you have to look at what do people need, as essentials, and what is it that's discretionary. So, they are going to pull back on furniture purchases. They are going to pull back on maybe discretionary rides. But look, I think the fact that these are smaller cost items, that probably insulates them a little bit. Like, yeah, you're still ordering food because you're eating food 3 times a day. And, sometimes you still will end up using a DoorDash or an Instacart. And so that's how I'm viewing the discretionary versus non-discretionary elements.
Yeah.
DoorDash and Instacart maybe. DoorDash, I mean, you get to a certain point, you're like, you got to make the food yourself, guys, okay?
Get off the
If
couch.
money's tight, if you're using Klarna to pay over time for these,
crazy.
Did you see that story?
I did.
Okay.
It terrified me.
Terrified me, actually. Cook at home. I don't know.
Yeah. No.
I'm not giving advice here. I'm just thinking.
We talked with Anurag Rana, one of your colleagues, and it, about that the next earnings period is going to be really important. That's when we'll really get a good feel of how things are going. I mean, will we hear anything from companies? Are you anticipating that we're going to see companies starting to talk down their numbers?
Absolutely. I'll be very surprised if anyone comes out and gives an optimistic outlook here. I mean, just look at the backdrop. And the one thing I'm looking out for is the CapEx guide. Remember, last quarter, every hyperscaler raised their CapEx numbers. In fact, on an aggregate level, hyperscalers are expecting like 40 to 45% increase in CapEx. Now, for a company like Meta, if you're getting really hit hard by digital ad spend, coming down because businesses don't want to spend on ads, what do you do to your CapEx guide? Because you don't have a cloud business to support the way Microsoft does. Amazon has AWS. Microsoft has Azure. Meta doesn't have a cloud business. It's just all funded by ads.
Right.
So if the core sales ad business is coming down, I would be very surprised if they spend $65 billion in CapEx for 2025. So that's on the table now.
You mentioned Microsoft, so I want to go back there. This story that came out late yesterday. Was this today? This came out today.
Which one?
This is about Microsoft pulling back on data centers.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I was surprised we didn't see Microsoft take a bigger hit today. We've heard analysts talking about Microsoft pulling back on data centers, but now we get some reporting from our own team here at Bloomberg News that it suggests the company is taking a harder look at its plans to build server farms powering AI in the cloud. How do you look at news such as this? And is there like in your view, you also have your own research.
Yeah.
Does it gel with your research that you're seeing?
Well, so just earlier in the week, we had this tweet from Sam Altman saying, we are short of GPUs. GPUs are melting up. So clearly with AI, there is scarcity when it comes to, NVIDIA GPUs and just the infrastructure that's available for AI. On the other hand, obviously Microsoft has been in the news in terms of being prudent with paring back their, plans to build larger clusters. And to me, all this points towards the fact that Microsoft doesn't want to be funding large training workloads right now. So remember, with AI, you have the training workloads, which is training the next version of the model, which is bigger and better, and then the inferencing workloads. Inferencing is what translates into Azure revenue. And you already have a trained model. You're deploying that for use cases like summaries and, customer service agents and whatnot. That translates into revenue. And that's what Microsoft's approach is. We'll focus on the revenue part for now. The next version of the model, let OpenAI build it themselves with somebody else's help, like CoreWeave or Project Stargate. I don't know what happens to that. But that's, I think, Microsoft's approach here, which seems prudent for investors.
And that's the bigger spend, right? The training of the models versus the inference, or no?
I mean, look, inference market is getting bigger and bigger because, like I said, inference correlates directly to revenue.
Yeah.
Whereas training is the bigger upfront spend.
Okay.
You really are putting a lot of CapEx upfront with the hope that your model is going to be so smart that over time you can monetize it like your software.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so I don't know. How do you think about tomorrow's open? Like, I know you don't say these, buy, sell,
you asked that question, and I'm looking at World Equity Index futures.
And I'm just thinking about, like, would you anticipate that we don't do much? These companies continue to sell? Like, how are you thinking about the group?
I'm just looking out for alerts out of Washington. Whatever happens there, that drives the market. So whether it's the Fed cutting interest rates or, the president's office paring back on tariffs or just negotiating, that is what will influence, I think, how things trade.
I just want to say one thing that, Tim and I had to pick out stocks and I had to do, look for gainers, and it wasn't so easy in today's session. And a lot of it had to do with like the consumer staple space. Like we saw investors. Intel, though, was up 2%, right? And so it looks like there is going to be some kind of deal, at least the information reporting, that they have formed some kind of chip-making agreement, TSMC and Intel. Any thoughts around this? Is this good for Intel? Does this create a future for Intel?
You asked me a question whether Apple can make the phone here in the U.S. Well, if they were forced to do it, the fab that is going to manufacture their chip is going to be an Intel fab. So that's the silver lining for Intel.
Yeah.
If these companies are forced to manufacture their products here in the U.S. now, Intel is the only game in town.
So, okay, so this could be, I mean, is that what's going to happen?
Very unlikely. I don't think that's, a base case, at least for now.
Hey, I want to bring some redheads and some headlines from the president. It looks like he's gaggling aboard Air Force One. A few headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The president saying that the U.S. is close to a TikTok deal and it's open a China TikTok deal over tariff relief. The president also saying that the market response to tariffs was expected. And I'm just going to editorialize a bit.
I don't know what that means.
Because expectations, markets react when they're surprised by something.
Right.
And obviously the market was caught off guard with today's reaction.
Which is what everyone was saying, that this was not priced in, right? This, as you were saying, Mandeep, is that I think people thought they were going to come down a little bit lighter.
No,
and not all
this
countries.
was a negotiation tactic.
Yeah.
To really negotiate, how other countries would bring down their tariffs, but nobody thought they would impose it and impose it such a widespread, country impact.
Well, I think the challenging thing, Mandeep, is that the tariffs, as we talked about earlier, with Josh Wingrove and with Mike McKee, the tariffs aren't reciprocal in the sense of, okay, this country has a 10% tariff on us, we're putting a 10% tariff on you. No, it's based on the trade deficit.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So that's
math also caught people off guard in terms of how it was calculated.
Yes,
but,
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Do you have a headline for your research tomorrow?
Well, I am just looking at the multiple compression and how much that prices in, the estimate revisions. I expect negative revisions across the board for tech, I mean, also remember the international revenue exposure for tech is the highest. So if other countries start to retaliate, it's going to be a real big headwind.
Well, you gave us some great things to think about, rough things to think about, and maybe even more of a reset when it comes to the tech group going forward. Mandeep, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Mandeep Singh, he's Senior Tech Industry Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us in studio. Have a good night.
We're still getting some headlines from the president. He's gaggling aboard Air Force One as that plane does make its way to Florida. The administration is looking at Chinese farmland, still looking at pharma and chips sector trade. The president also confirms a Russian envoy is in the U.S. for talks and says that he spoke with Netanyahu on Thursday. And here's an interesting one, Carol. He says that he's open to tariff negotiations if something phenomenal. That's the
something
sentence.
Phenomenal?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the one.
Oh, okay.
That's all I have.
Well, I think this is safe to say that
that's the headline.
That's not surprising, right? And so I think he has said, as everybody said, that this is part of negotiating. And I think that we have heard from his team, too, that they would be open to ideas, which may be something that our next guest is hopeful about or looking forward to or keeping her fingers crossed. I do want to switch gears and talk a little bit about Wayfair because this was one of the many names in certainly the consumer discretionary space that really got hammered today. Shares of Wayfair closing down 25% today amid the broader market sell-off in the wake of President Trump's tariffs on U.S. trading partners around the globe. Investors likely focusing on some of the tariffs imposed on countries overseas, possibly Vietnam, which has a new 46% tariff on that. It could mean higher costs for a company like Wayfair, a specialty retailer. It calls itself the destination for all things home. You know it well. Popular for its furniture and home decorating items and serving customers around the globe. With some thoughts on today's tariffs and the macro environment, great to have with us the Chief Financial Officer of Wayfair, Kate Gulliver. She joins us from Boston. Kate, a bit of a crazy day, and I feel like everybody we've talked to has said the same thing. Tell us about tariffs and how it will impact your business.
Yeah, so thank you for having me on, and happy to be here. Obviously, a highly disruptive day in the market. We're clearly seeing investors react strongly to stocks that they think have a high, international supply chain exposure. I do think this is where Wayfair is different. We operate ultimately a marketplace model. And so this means that we work with 20,000 suppliers across the US and around the globe. And we have an ability to pivot across these suppliers, as demand and needs change. And our opportunity here is that we can show the customer what the best product is for them based on price, quality, et cetera. And that can really dynamically move, as potentially wholesales change and as tariffs change.
So can I just ask you then, Kate, so since you have a global supply chain, different markets, does that mean some of the markets that you operate in or you get your goods from, that they did not have tariffs imposed on them?
Well, we've seen virtually, every country ex-US have some level of tariffs. We work, though, with domestic suppliers as well.
Okay.
So we have a strong domestic supplier base. And then we work with suppliers, across the globe. And I think what's a little bit different, though, versus somebody who has, say, a product that is built to spec in a specific geography, right? Where they have designed the product, they have a manufacturer that they work with in that geography, they have a contract for how much they're going to procure, is we're not buying the inventory and we don't have products built to spec. We also sell a lot of very similar, highly substitutable products. So, for example, if you're looking for a bar stool, we may have bar stools from several different geographies. And our suppliers are going to be focused on how do they get that top slot in, the sort of homepage as you get into it, so that they get the most conversion on that product. And part of that comes down to price. And so we create a naturally competitive dynamic through the marketplace, and we're able to sort of lean into where prices are most efficient or lean out of maybe where they're less efficient.
Kate, products that are bought on Wayfair right now, what percentage of them come from inside of the U.S. versus outside of the U.S.?
Yeah, we actually haven't given a breakdown by geography because of it's so dynamic, right? So it moves around quite a bit based on where you are in the sort order. So what happens is, as the wholesales change, our take rate stays the same. As the wholesales change, your product may move up or down because it's perceived as more or less, attractive to the consumer. And within that, then you might see changes in what supplier is getting more volume, and then therefore what geography is getting more volume. So it moves around quite a bit.
Kate, hang on for a second. Just a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This is coming from the president making some comments saying Elon Musk may depart in a few months. Also saying, let me just check, he can stay as long as he wants. The president continuing on and saying that Elon Musk can stay as long as he wants, but again, saying that he may depart in a few months. The president also saying he likes interest rates going down, and we certainly have seen all along the U.S. Treasury curve the rate market move down. So that has certainly happened, but that is fears over growth slowing down in the United States. Let's continue with Kate Gulliver.
Hey, Kate, not on Elon Musk. I'm not going to ask you to comment on that. I want to go back to where your products are made. You can if you feel free. I'm wondering about comments that the president has made in the past. I believe, and I don't have the comments in front of me, but he said something along the lines of, what happened to the American furniture industry? We used to make so much great furniture, and I believe he called out North Carolina as a state where we made furniture. Is it realistic in your business to buy more products that are made in the U.S.? Is it possible we see a return to manufacturing furniture in the U.S.? I mean, high-end furniture still is, but let's be real. Not a lot of the furniture that Americans buy is made in the U.S.
Yeah, so we operate obviously a mass market brand, right? Wayfair sells, for the average American consumer. We do have a high-end brand called Paragold. Their sourcing can, be a little bit different than Wayfair as a whole. What we're focused on is being able to source and show the best product. So if that product is more competitive in the US, then we can show that product to our customer. If that product is more competitive in a different geography, then we actually have the capability to get that product to the country, deliver it efficiently to the customer. You've seen, obviously huge improvements in logistics. We have a US, logistics infrastructure that allows us to do that. So, certainly if you saw US manufacturing return, we would be able to continue to work with, US suppliers there and potentially continue to expand there. But we want to focus on what delivers the best value for our consumer. That is our maniacal focus, and it's what has allowed us to take share over the last several years. It's been a very disruptive period for the category as a whole, and we've continued to be a share gainer, and we do that by continually offering the customer the best value proposition.
So on that, because you have thought about the customer and putting them first so often, and I am curious, Kate, will you guys have to raise prices at all? Will any of this that's happening in terms of tariffs, will you have to pass higher costs along to your customer?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the way that our pricing model works is because we're not taking the inventory, the supplier of that product sets the wholesales, and then we apply a take rate on top of that, right? And so if wholesales go up and the take rate stays the same, you may see differences in prices. that's where it's really our responsibility to work with that supplier and help them understand the demand impact of that. Because we sell, as I said, many bar stools that might look similar, if one supplier raises price and one supplier keeps price competitive, right, keeps wholesale competitive, they will get more demand. More demand will accrue to that supplier, which may be better for that supplier overall. So it's really important that our team work very closely with the suppliers to help them see this data, be very transparent, help them understand other ways they can grow volume with us. We recently launched our Wayfair Verified program that's designed to make the shopping experience easier for the consumer. It points out to her products that we have vetted, that we know to be high quality, and really meet the bar. That's a great way for you to consolidate demand in a category if you're a supplier during a period like this of disruption. And so we think that there will be suppliers that win out in the marketplace in this model.
How are you dealing with these new tariffs? Like, what are the conversations you're having with suppliers? What are the changes you're making to your business?
Yeah, we're really trying to help the suppliers understand, here's how this might, impact your demand, right? So here's how to think about what wholesale price increases could result in retail prices. Here's how to think about other ways that you could stimulate demand in this environment. And here's how you're positioned relative to other folks, that are selling similar products. We're quite transparent about that data. We've operated the business for over 20 years. It's a tech-enabled business. And many of these suppliers we've worked with for quite a long time. So we have very deep relationships with them. And this is a moment where that advantages us because we're actually able to call them up, get on the phone with them and help them think this through, and help them think what tools they want to use, right? Are you going to use price? Are you going to use promotions? Are you going to use, verified? Are you going to use, our supply chain, our U.S. logistics network to help consolidate demand? But how can you make sure that you're getting demand even in this environment?
Are you concerned? And I know earnings are about, I think, a month away. I think you guys report on May 1st, if I have
May 1st.
Okay, before the market open. In terms of P&L, profit and loss, like, is any of this gonna impact the balance sheet?
Yeah, we've actually been taking a lot of steps over the last several years to continue to position us well during periods of uncertainty. And the focus really has been, one, on gaining market share, which I think we've done quite effectively. We've gained share for the majority of our 20-year history, but during the period of disruption post-COVID, we've gained share every quarter since Q4 22, even in a category that's been down. We've taken out actually nearly $2 billion of cost, some pretty significant restructurings over the last several years. And we've improved our balance sheet significantly to the extent that we feel really good about the position that it's in now. And so I think actually much of the work that we've done over the last few years, this has been very challenging work. It's obviously tough on teams when you go through this level of restructuring, but I think it does position us well to navigate a period of uncertainty, both from a cost perspective, from a share gain perspective, a cost perspective, and from the balance sheet perspective.
I'm so glad we had an opportunity to talk with you, Kate, because I am also curious, heading into this, what have you been seeing with consumers in terms of maybe pulling back a little bit or being a little bit more discretionary in terms of their spending? Because we certainly have talked about consumer sentiment numbers, even spending numbers in terms of some pullback. What have you seen specifically?
Yeah, obviously I can't speak to the recent quarter. What we did share sort of on our last earnings call was, the consumer sentiment has been challenged over the, sort of near-term period. And where we saw consumers leaning in was where they saw, great opportunity for deals. So promotions continue to be a way that consumers want to lean in. And we use that really as a marketing tool to bring them to the site. Actually, on promotion, they end up, mostly buying products that are not on promotion. Only about 30% of the revenue during a promotional period is on discounted items. Okay. So what we're constantly looking for is when the consumer sort of feels like the category is out of favor or she's, pulling back, how do we get her attention? And how do we get her excited about coming to the site?
And how do you get her to pay more if demand is already low, if demand is pulling back during a time of perhaps strain? Big ticket, home purchases are big ticket purchases, and when spending falls, discretionary items get hit harder.
Yeah, that's, and again, as we said, the category has actually been compressed for several years now. So the category itself, by our estimates, is actually, at 2019 levels or below on a revenue basis. So obviously on a units basis is even lower, right? So the category's taken compression every year since 2021. So I think you're already operating from a category that's, been quite compressive as consumers have shifted dollars away. Our focus right now is how do we get that product in front of her that's exciting and appealing to her? You know, over time, as the housing sector improves, that obviously improves the category quite a bit because the category has been compressed because the housing sector's, you know, been held up. That's a key factor in sort of driving that compression.
It's only 4 months in, Kate. 3 months in. Do you
It's only 3. Sorry, Carol.
Is it only 3 months?
I know.
It's only 3 months.
Can I ask you, do you feel like you have visibility to the end of the year or not yet?
You know, really, most of our playbook remains the same, right? And so I think that's actually what's important to remember in this position is we are focused on the long term. We know that this is a period of disruption. We believe that retailers that focus on delivering for their customer, managing costs quite tightly, having a strong balance sheet will navigate through this effectively. And so our focus is on delivering that value for our consumer, however best to do that, and maintaining very tight and efficient cost controls. And that, I think, you know, is what we've been doing over the last several years and sets us up quite nicely going forward.
Well, we so appreciate time. We know it's been a crazy day for you, a crazy year already for you, as it has for all of us. So great to get some time with you. Kate, be well. Kate Gulliver, she's Wayfair Chief Financial Officer, joining us on this Thursday from Boston.
Wow.
What? That was pretty
This
cool.
is like special coverage of today's market sell-off. We've been going for a while.
Yeah.
I think it's time we get an update from Charlie Pellet on everything that he's been watching.
I think we should pass the baton for a little
Hey,
bit.
Charlie.
Indeed, I got a number of breaking stories, number of headlines right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Headline number 1, President Trump says he would negotiate tariffs if offered something phenomenal. Number 2, the EU is mulling fining X over $1 billion for breaking the disinformation law, that according to the New York Times. And a third headline right now, Russia and the U.S. said to be discussing resuming direct flights, that according to TASS. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all sold off today as the America First trade unraveled. S&P today down 274, down 4.8%. The Dow down 1,679, down 4%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 1,050, a drop today of 6%. 10-year 4.03%, the 2-year 3.68%. Gold down $20 the ounce, 31.15, down 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude plunged 7.1%, 66.61 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin down 4%, 82,205. Mace McCain is Chief Investment Officer at Frost Investment Advisors. He was a guest on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. He says trade discussions are far from over.
We think there's going to be very intense trade negotiations. Now, you look at the number of countries and you say, you know, how quickly can it happen? But if you isolate where the big numbers are, it's 5, 6, 8 countries, and plus the EU you need to negotiate with. So if negotiations happen quickly, I think that we could see positive returns on that.
Indeed, moments ago, President Trump said he is open to reducing tariffs for, quote, phenomenal offers. Apple today down 9.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, getting ready to wrap up on, a lot of stuff coming at investors today, in a day where we saw selling that like we haven't seen in years, right? In terms of, what was the stat you were talking about? Was it the S&P?
Yeah, worst day for the S&P 500 going back to the summer of 2020.
What was going on there? Oh, yeah, COVID.
Yeah, and that was actually off the lows because we hit the lows of that cycle of of COVID in March, I believe. And so we were bouncing up from there, but there was still a lot of volatility until we got that vaccine.
Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. There were a lot of them. Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo back with us on the day's stock movers. Where shall we begin?
I think we should start with Apple. This is a huge company, and it saw huge losses today. It wiped out about $310 billion in market cap, which is almost the entire market cap of Coca-Cola, which is interesting because that company actually hit a record high today.
Right.
We're really seeing this rotation underway in the market where the Mag 7 stocks, anything exposed to obviously tariffs or even these questions that we're having on AI spending, selling off, but consumer staples, I guess companies that are more based on the strength of the U.S. economy and domestic manufacturing are actually higher. But for Apple, there was some great Wall Street commentary, maybe not so great if you're long Apple, Rosenblatt Securities said that the tariff liberation day suggests that this could, quote, blow up Apple. Now, he does still have a buy rating on the stock. So it suggests, at least according to this analyst, that something is likely to give with Apple, that there could be an exemption for the company, or maybe Trump could reach a deal with China and Vietnam, because the napkin math just looks so bad for the company.
Yeah.
But does he care?
Who?
Trump, if the napkin math looks bad for a company?
This analyst from Rosenblatt Securities said, it's hard for us to imagine Trump blowing up an American icon, but this looks pretty tough. When you look at how the stock performed today, there wasn't a lot of hope that there could be an exemption, because it was down about 10%, worst drop since March 2020.
We talked with Mark Gurman, who said that, maybe we actually get Apple raising prices, right, to protect their margins.
Yep.
They certainly have a lot. We always talk about their cash cushion on their balance sheet, which gives them a lot of luxury and freedom to do certain things. But, when it comes to performance on Wall Street, when your margins start to get squeezed, you get really punished.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, over the last few years, I've been writing about tech stocks, and every couple months we always write a story about how the market is selling off, but people are finding safety in these American icons and these really cash-rich companies. But that's not the story today.
Okay. So selling Apple, buying Coca-Cola. What else you got for us?
Traders are also buying Philip Morris. This is another one of those stories of a safe haven in a consumer staples company.
If you're addicted to smoking, or you're addicted to smokeless, you need that nicotine fix.
Not like there's any problem with any of it.
You gotta buy your cigarettes, I guess.
Philip Morris hit a record high, but they've actually been having a pretty good year.
I just looked. I am shocked by their year to date.
It's from the Zyn pouches. Do you guys know the nicotine pouches?
Oh, do we know them? I walked by Carol's desk, and there are just tins of Zyn.
Oh, yeah.
All over. And I'm like, Carol.
Yeah, that's me.
We just don't know what this stuff does to you. And she says, I gotta have my Zyn.
They're wildly popular. They're really helping Philip Morris. I don't know, Carol, what your vices are, but...
Our Sebastian Escobar says people are stressed. People smoke. People smoke and drink, right?
I actually saw a meme on Twitter that had to do with Philip Morris stock going higher, and it was like someone smoking a bunch of cigarettes. And it was like, this is why the stock is up.
Have you not thought about having a glass of wine today?
I have.
I was joking about Carol.
Have you not thought about having a non-alcoholic beer today?
I was joking about the Zyn.
Yes, that's what
Carol doesn't really.
I don't do Zyn. I'm not a smoker.
It's not a smoking.
No, I'm not even a really big drinker.
You don't smoke Zyns.
What do you do?
They're it's little nicotine pouches.
Why?
Carol's not hanging out with enough bros.
Yeah. Okay.
I know. Yeah.
I'll work on my hanging out with bros. What else you got for us?
Restoration Hardware. This is going to go down as
now a $20,000 couch. Yeah, I can get on board with that. No, I can't.
Is that how much the couch costs at Restoration Hardware?
Some of them are a little pricey.
The products are really expensive. Maybe they won't be,
and they're massive
anymore.
No, the catalogs are massive.
Yeah,
the catalogs are.
How do I get that to not get delivered to my mailbox?
And they're one of the few people who actually still deliver catalogs.
It's like a September issue of Vogue. It's like
it's crazy.
I use it to prop open doors because they're like so.
I feel bad,
and you get like 3 or 4 of them. It's like lights,
I feel bad for the mail carriers
bedroom.
Who
it's like
are
couch.
pushing these carts full of these once or twice a year. Unreal.
Can I tell you though? I do love walking through one of their places. It's kind of great looking stuff. All right, what happened to RH?
I think this is gonna go down as a finance meme, unfortunately, for the CEO of Restoration
It's so
Hardware.
real. I kind of love
and
it.
The shareholders, but there's a story on Bloomberg from Lily Meyer about the CEO's live reaction to the stock falling. It fell 40%. It was the worst decline on record. They missed earnings, but they're also facing the tariff blow as well. 70% of their products are from Asia. So during this earnings call, he said, and then he said an expletive, which I won't say on air, but go read the story for yourself.
Shoot.
It wasn't one of those. And he said, did we anticipate this of the tariffs? Not at this level. That seems to sum up what a lot of traders, but also corporate executives are thinking.
I think you actually hit it on the money. I think nobody expected it to be so many different, or all the countries that are out there, and so there really was no place to hide, and it to be so big. Can I mention a cloud modular track arm sofa, $18,640, on sale now for about $14,000.
I wonder if they made that sale today. If they put it on sale today.
That's a really good point.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Graffeo on today's Stock Movers. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. I want to bring a headline that just crossed, Carol.
Please do it.
This is coming from the president.
And?
I haven't checked my 401k.
A moment of silence for all of us who will be checking our 401ks.
He has the meme stock. He has DJT. His, he has, or the meme coin.
Has Mar-a-Lago. Has golf.
He hasn't checked his 401k.
All right, folks, a little wacky. You understand why. Do not go anywhere. Balance of Power starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew.
President Trump says the market reaction to his new tariff regime is, quote, going very well, even as stocks tumble on the heels of his announcement, wiping out $2.5 trillion in market value. Investors rushing for treasuries as a haven, sending the 10-year yield below 4% for the first time since the election.
And as Canada announces new retaliatory tariffs against the U.S., we'll bring you an important conversation on the political implications of all this with New York Governor Kathy Hochul, as well as insights from Andrew Hale at the Heritage Foundation.
And as some Republicans join Senate Democrats in pushing back on the president's tariff plans for Canada, we'll have more with Republican Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee.
Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition, the late edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The day after President Trump announced the tariffs, he was asked about the market's response to his tariff regime. Here's what he had to say.
I think it's going very well. The markets are going to boom, the stock is going to boom, the country is going to boom, and the rest of the world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal? They've taken advantage of us for many, many years. For many years, we've been at the wrong side of the ball, and I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be unbelievable.
The president, after that, spoke to reporters on Air Force One, describing the markets as the operation now being over, and now